right?
The light over here, it's on. Where it's, so when the light is on right here, your microphone is on. Just see that light right there? And you pretty solid click. Mic on. Okay. Light, the mic is on.
Okay, welcome to City Hall. I think we are okay to get started. Let's start out with an invocation that will be led by Pastor Jim McCool of New Beginning Fellowship Church. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman James Greiner. If you'd please rise.
Father, we just thank you, Lord, for this beautiful day and this opportunity, God, for these council men and women to do the work for this great city. Lord, it's a blessing to live here, and we appreciate that. Father, you said that you'd never leave us, you'd never forsake us. We believe you're here. And Lord, I know the hearts of these men and women are all united. Lord, I know we have differences of views and opinions in politics, but God, we're all united in this, that we want the best for this city. So, Lord, we just ask you for wisdom, for your guidance as they do the work of making decisions that will affect us all. Lord, we thank you for your goodness, and we just ask you to pour out your blessing today on each and every one of them, also on their families, and we thank you for those that are visiting. We thank you for Katie, who's going to be honored here in a few minutes. Lord, we know that this pandemic has affected us in many ways. So we pray, God, for the health of these folks, each and every one of us, our families, and for our state. God, we ask for your mercy and your grace to be poured out so this pandemic can get under control. Lord, we love you, and we just ask your encouragement, your strength for each and every one, and we'll give you the praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We have one item under Office of the Mayor. That's item 3A, a resolution recognizing and commending Katie Wonderly on her selection as the December 2020 Teacher of the Month by Putnam City Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Katie, why don't you make your way towards the middle podium here, and in the meantime, we all want to learn a little bit about you, and I will ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Katie Wonderly has been named Teacher of the Month for December 2020 by Putnam City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Whereas Katie received her bachelor's degree in music education from Oklahoma City University and completed 2 summers of master's coursework in Kodali pedagogy at the University of Oklahoma. Whereas Katie recently joined the Right Stuff Chicks as a graphic designer. And whereas Katie has taught music at Two Lakes Elementary School since 2016, she serves as the children's choir director at New Hope Methodist Church and substitutes as director for the Canterbury Youth Voices. Whereas Katie is a member of the National and Oklahoma Association of Music Educators and Oklahoma Kodali Educators, as well as the Oklahoma Education Association. Whereas Katie was named Putnam City Schools Teacher of the Year in 2020 and the Oklahoma Music Educators Association Young Music Educator of the Year. Whereas Katie uses her social media platforms to connect with educators around the world and hosts live music classes, appearing virtually in the homes of families on 6 continents, 10 countries, and over 30 states. Whereas Katie believes every classroom should be a place where creativity, community, and diversity are embraced and encouraged. She wants every child to leave her class knowing that they are an essential part of the ensemble. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Katie Wonderly on her selection as the December 2020 Teacher of the Month by the Putnam City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and adopt that real quick? Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Sorry, Katie. I'm pretty sure this is going to pass. Why don't we let that system work? There we go. Passes unanimously. Putnam City has a great history of music teachers, and a music teacher, especially in elementary school, can make a tremendous impact. I'll always remember Mrs. Reynolds at Wiley Post all my life. So I know that you are changing lives in your daily work, and we're very, very proud of you and very, very grateful for you. I don't know if there's anyone else who wants to say anything, but if not, we will turn it over to you, Katie. We'd love to hear a few thoughts from you.
I just want to thank you so much for this incredible honor. It has been my greatest joy of my life to be a music teacher, specifically at Two Lakes Elementary in the Putnam City School District. This year has looked quite different than any year before, when typically I would have 600 of my favorite musicians coming in and out of my music room each week. This year I've been primarily teaching through a screen. So it's been a brand new experience. Our instruments like xylophones and hand drums have been replaced by pots and pans and iPads, but we are still making music and singing and dancing and playing together, even at a distance and through a screen. I just want to thank you so much for this incredible opportunity. It's just incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Katie. Thank you so much, Katie. Congratulations. All right. We will now move on to item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 5, request for uncontested continuances. We have one listed here, item 9B, to our next meeting. Mr. City Manager, anything else to add?
Yes, first on item 9B, I want to clarify that it will be deferred to December 22nd, but the applicant has requested that we defer to the 5th of January because they won't be present at the 22nd meeting. We'll still have it on the agenda on the 22nd because we already noticed it that way, but we'll go ahead and defer it at that meeting to January 5th. So I just wanted to clarify that. Then we have on page 11, item 9H1, unsecured structures. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda, starting with item A, 2516 North Cade Avenue. The owner is secured. Item G, 3917 Southwest 27th Place. The owner is secured. Item I, 1626 Northwest 32nd Street. The owner has secured. Item O, 4201 Northwest 50th Street to re-notify. Item Q, 921 Southeast 70th Street. The owner has secured. Item T, 1143 Northwest 95th Street. The owner has secured. On page 11, still on 9I1, abandoned buildings. All of these will be stricken from the agenda. Item A, 2516 North Cade Avenue. The owner has secured. Item I, 1143 Northwest 95th Street. The owner has secured. On page 11 on 9K, this item will be deferred to the 22nd of December. The developer was not able to be here today, and so that we'll defer that to the 22nd. And then on page 12, on 10-1A, we will strike this item from the agenda. That is all the items I have.
Okay, that last item was
10.
the claims recommended for approval, item A, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to item 6, revocable permits. There are none, so we will recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through D we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. We do have a presentation, I believe, on item C.
Yeah, Aubrey McDermott, our Assistant City Manager, is going to give an introduction to this item and then show us a brief presentation on the proposed project.
Oh, that's sensitive. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sorry about that. Aubrey McDermott, Assistant City Manager. I'm happy to bring this item to you today, and I feel like, as everything with 2020, it's been forever in the making, but it's been a blink of an eye, too, in getting here. So today we're bringing forward a lease agreement with Prairie Surf Media, or PSM, to use the Cox Convention Center as a motion picture studio and television studio. And this project is the vision and the product of Rachel Cannon and Matt Payne, who are here today, with a few of their key team members, Jesse Liddell and John Michael Williams. Rachel and Matt are Hollywood veterans with years of experience in knowing what the industry is looking for and needs. But more importantly, they're also Oklahoma natives, and they have a deep-rooted love of our city and a passion to bring the film industry here in full force. Rachel and Matt came to Oklahoma City a few years ago, and they visited City Hall back in March to pitch this idea to us. And I remember it well because it was on my birthday, which I also share with Mayor Holt, on March 10th, and it was right before everything shut down from the coronavirus. So, we knew at the time that with the new convention center opening, it's going to be opening next month, that the Cox Convention Center's use as an event facility would become redundant and unnecessary. So the idea of finding another viable use for this huge facility was a big challenge to us, but little did we know it would be compounded by a global pandemic and a very uncertain future. So fortunately, over the spring and summer, PSM and the city talked through several different ideas and locations that could provide the infrastructure that would be needed to attract the pent-up demand for movie and television production. And we kept coming back to the Cox Center, rose to the top of the list. PSM really focused on figuring out the logistics of converting the Cox Center into a multiple soundstage film and television facility. And as we further contemplated the possibilities of this project, it became really clear to us this could become a real win-win-win for the city, the community, and the industry. It gives a downtown building with a questionable future the opportunity to fuel a new economic engine in Oklahoma City. So the city put together a team of staff to work on this project, including Special Project Manager Tom Anderson, the Finance Director, Brent Bryant, the Budget Director, Doug Dowler, and our Assistant Municipal Counselor, Wiley Williams, myself, and the City Manager. In September, you may remember that City Council authorized a letter of intent and agreement that allowed Prairie Surf Media to market the Cox Center for use as that television and film studio. We felt like it was important for us to gauge interest and line up prospects before moving forward to the next step of actually negotiating a lease agreement so that PSM could occupy the space. The day after that City Council meeting, PSM saw the interest is there, and people are knocking on the door asking to come in. So within the last few months, our efforts have been focused more on coordinating with all the parties involved and negotiating this lease agreement. And I would say that PSM probably is saying that this day and this step can't come soon enough. But last week, Rachel pointed out to me that when we started this journey together, it was my birthday. And when we finalized the lease agreement, it was her birthday. So I kind of like the symmetry of that timing, personally. And just wanted to say that back in March, we really didn't know how deeply COVID was going to impact our economy and our workforce. We didn't know at that time just how impactful and timely this prospect could be to leverage this underutilized city facility to create a new hub of industry that will create jobs. It will feed an education pipeline for our residents and our kids. It'll activate downtown. It will activate our surrounding districts like Film Row, Bricktown, and the Arts District. And I think that this video, this 3-minute video, articulates that best. It shows you more about how the Cox Center itself and our community could be transformed by this venture. So we could play that, please.
Oklahoma has it all. It has the infrastructure, it has the space, it has the people. The kind of people you want to work with. And the kind of people that know how to get things done. Cox Convention Center, now home to the largest soundstage in the Midwest, was made possible through the leadership of Prairie Surf Media, Echo Capital, and the City Council. A team with the collective vision and foresight to build first, the drive to supercharge and diversify Oklahoma's economy, and the ongoing mission to continue lifting and reshaping what defines Oklahoma on a global scale. Oklahoma City and Oklahoma are now poised to become the next premier major production hub and global destination for filmmakers and creatives. Studio-level films take an army to complete and require an incredibly diverse workforce, half of which are not creative-focused. Hundreds of hardworking folks fuel the magic behind the scenes, like craft services, carpentry, electricians, transportation, to bring a story to life. For example, Pinewood Studios in Atlanta has created over 1,000 full-time lot jobs for Georgians. Marvel's Black Panther alone involved more than 3,100 local workers who took home more than $26.5 million in wages. And in 2019, Georgia had 45,000 direct production-related jobs and over 153,000 indirect jobs created from production, with workers earning over $3.6 billion in wages. Studio-level film production not only supercharges current infrastructure like lodging, hospitality, and the service industry, but creates an entirely new ecosystem of businesses that put Oklahoma at the center of technological, manufacturing, and product innovation. Furthermore, students at your universities and colleges can pursue the creative arts, making them the next generation of leading talent and innovators. Since 2010, Atlanta has seen more than 300 new businesses relocate or expand their teams. Just 1 month ago, City Council approved marketing the Cox Convention Center as a film studio. In less than 1 year, the Cox Convention Center and Oklahoma will become a major production hub, creating films that audiences will fall in love with around the world. Can you imagine that?
Video. Well, we don't have to imagine it. It's coming. It's here. So one of the things that the video said that we all know really well is that I think Oklahoma City is special. One of the wonderful things about us is that we work together, we figure things out, we get things done. And this has been a project that's had many pieces to figure out. The city contracts with ASM Global, which was formerly SMG, to manage the Cox Center. They book events and they provide support to all the renters of the facility, and they maintain the building. ASM had several events booked through the end of this year and into next year, and we needed to move those and accommodate them so that PSM could move in. In addition, the NBA G League basketball team, the Oklahoma City Blue, was within its last year of its contract with the city to use the Cox Center, so we needed to help find another location for the team to practice and resume playing in spring. Again, with the coronavirus, little did we know at the time that basketball seasons were going to be delayed or canceled, so a lot of these events that were booked in the Cox Center were already canceled due to the coronavirus, so some of those moving pieces were a little bit easier for us to coordinate. So the lease agreement before you today is between the OCPPA and PSM, and the city will still maintain its contract with ASM, who is the facility operator and the manager of the Cox Center, although their responsibilities will be changing slightly from booking and managing multiple events contracted with multiple groups throughout the year to supporting this one primary tenant resident, PSM. The agreement allows PSM to lease the facility for a 5-year initial term. They have options to renew annually up to 3 additional years for a total of 8 years. The goal of PSM is to attract and establish the film industry solidly in Oklahoma City during this time and to eventually grow out of the Cox Center. They'd like to build a purpose-built creative campus elsewhere in Oklahoma City. So this is a great interim use of the building in our eyes. The city also recognized that there's great economic impact potential with this partnership, and it will bring that to us over the long term, beyond the 5 to 8 year lease that we would have with this facility. And because of that, we also recognize that PSM has to bear some facility improvement startup costs of the building. So in negotiating this lease agreement, we took that into consideration, and we allowed PSM to ramp up their rent and ramp up the contribution of their utility costs over the lease term. Those are the basics of the lease agreement. I'll turn it over for questions if you have any specific questions about the lease agreement. Wiley Williams was our municipal counselor that helped us draft it. Of course, Rachel and Matt are here to answer any questions you might have about Prairie Surf Media, and if I can help with any questions, I'm happy to do so.
Okay.
Thanks, Aubrey. I do have just a couple of questions. I mean, I love the project. I'm very excited about it. I'm excited about the impact on Oklahoma City. But I'm curious, like over the terms of the lease, what we think the projected revenue/cost savings will be overall.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that last part. Projected revenue?
Over the terms of the lease, I'm just curious what the expected revenues and/or cost savings we expect to be over the term of the initial 5 years.
The cost savings to the city over the course of the lease, I think, we factored that in. So this is going to be a less expensive venture over the term that we're making our money back than it would have been if we continued to operate it as a convention center. And that's considering operating it as a convention center non-COVID. So I think at the end of the process, we are, better off than we were before.
So do you have the total amount on, like, if we looked at the utilities that they're paying and then their lease, did you have that total amount over the term?
I did not bring those
That's,
financials.
we'll follow up with
With
that
me.
and get you that information.
But yes, we had factored that in so that the cost each year that ramps up as they're in the building makes up the difference to make the city whole and to be in a better position than we were operating it as a convention center.
I've got some questions. Aubrey, first of all, in your response to Councilman Stone, you were going to compare the cost as if we were operating as a convention center, but apparently our agreement with Omni prevents us from using that as a convention center. Why would we want to compare those costs as a convention center if we're unable to use it that way?
So basically, I would say on that originally the agreement with the Omni said we couldn't use it as our primary convention center. We were in the challenge of either we keep this building open and active and using it for minor type events, so we're not activating it as much, and actually in that, it would increase our cost from what we had been paying because we wouldn't have as much revenue coming in, or we could board it up, or we could tear it down and we have this hole in the middle of downtown. Those were not good options. So we would have it activated as some type of facility. For us, all we know is what we were doing before, with having to have the facility active as a convention center. So we're just comparing back to what those costs would be.
Okay, well, I'd still like to see the numbers.
Sure.
And the second part of this, it says that we have to provide 2 years' notice to PSM if we decide not to extend the lease agreement. What if this is a failure?
Well, we don't anticipate that at the end of the 5-year lease term that it would be a failure. If we had a big project that we needed to close the building to do, if we decided that it wasn't the highest and best use of that facility to maintain operations for another 3 years, we would have plenty of time. This was mostly in the instance that something came forward to Oklahoma City that provided a better option to us to develop on that site than PSM occupying the space. So for each year that we anticipate something might happen of those 3-year option terms, we'd have ample time to have notice that we wanted to give them.
Well, this, just looking at it for the first time, and I apologize for not reading the proposed lease agreement previously, all the risk is shifted to the city. We have a upfront estimate of utility costs of $1.1 million, having no idea what the actual amount will be, and yet we're going to assume a lot of that responsibility for those costs. I just have way too many concerns over this. It is certainly written in a manner that I'm surprised our legal side signed off on it. All the risk is on us, and there's no upside. I mean, if nothing else, if we want to take on all the risk, then we should be able to participate in the success of this after, a startup period.
We didn't structure this as an economic development deal where we would have a % of their profits. This is actually just a lease agreement. The utility costs are budgeted for whether or not there's a tenant in the building or the building is just closed up and dark. We would still have to condition the space until the time that we would decide to demo the building. So, the city had budgeted for those utilities. It's a ramped up amount so that over the course of time, the city is making up for those costs for both rent and utilities.
And can we legally turn over complete control of this facility to the lessee? I mean, that's what it says in here.
Depends on how you define complete control. They have access to bring in sublessees, which would be the different film groups that are coming, but the facility itself is still managed and operated by ASM. ASM has been operating and managing that building for many years. They know that building. They would be in charge of overseeing any improvements that are going to happen to the building need to be coordinated with ASM. So really, PSM is just serving to lease the space and sublease the space with the oversight from the people who operate the building.
I'm not an attorney. I want to make everyone clear on that. It's just the way this is worded that they have complete control. Now, again, I may be wrong. So I would suggest we either defer it or at least set this aside to vote on this separately.
We can get to that in a moment, David. If I could just, you laid out a lot of different points that I think do need to be addressed. And they're good questions to ask. But when you said, what if it's a failure, I think it's very clear that failure would be defined by film productions not coming to the facility. If that were to occur, PSM is going to want to get out of this faster than the city of Oklahoma City is going to want to get out of this. Secondly, you talked about, how are we not realizing the benefits? Well, I mean, that facility was inherently built to bring benefits to the community at large. We don't take a cut of concert tickets that happen there. I mean, we've always run that facility as a community benefit. As Aubrey has aptly identified, there will be many, many benefits to the community if this is successful, and that's what we're in the business of doing. We're not a business. We try to bring things to our city. In this case, it's jobs and economic development. The last point you made about leasing a building and having them operate it, we do that all the time. I mean, that is how the senior centers in MAPS 3 are operated. That's essentially how this building has been operated, through ASM. So that doesn't strike me as unusual and certainly not illegal. But David, are you making a motion for deferral?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. All right, we have a motion which I do not, I'm not going to be supporting that, but I always want to recognize council members and certainly have every right to make those motions. So we have a motion for deferral. Is there a second? Going once, going twice. Motion dies for lack of a second. Are there any other questions or comments on the item?
I guess sort of in that vein, I guess my question is, how different is this than our other leases of, say, Chesapeake or other buildings specifically that are more, not so much like our senior centers that are sort of, I think, obviously not a business versus a facility that is more business oriented, like a.
Why don't we have Wiley come up and speak to that? Wiley Williams?
Yeah.
Wiley, can you come
Wiley
up?
can answer that. He's drafted many lease agreements for facilities, and I know there were some similarities with this, but Wiley, you might want to answer that.
Are you talking about in terms of the Cox Convention Center and its leases?
Yeah, I think, and also generally compared to just how we, I guess if we have like a philosophy of how we generally approach these sorts of leases, and if it deviates from that at all.
The current relationship with ASM Global is just an operating agreement. They don't have a lease on the building, so we've not leased it before. And in that operating agreement, we allow or request that ASM Global issue license to use space in the Cox Center, not leases. So this is unique for this particular structure that we're entering into a lease agreement at this time.
And so, Wiley, she'd also asked how that differs from other types of leases that we have with other facilities, like the wellness centers. How does that differ between those leases, or is it similar?
It's similar. I mean, it's a lease agreement. I mean, they lease space, and the space they have, they're going to have sets and things they want to protect, so they have control over that space, just as you would if you lease an apartment. You have control over your space.
That's all I have.
Hi, everyone. I just have a couple questions. Set my drink down. Okay. So, am I understanding this correct? So we have correct me if I'm wrong, please. We have a facility. It's an abnormally large facility. It's public, if Prairie weren't at the table with us right now, and I know we don't have like a crystal ball, but has it been our experience knowing that that building is going to be empty right now, knowing we have the agreement with Omni regarding convention center use of the Cox facility? Has it been our experience that it has been easy and or will be easy to find some use of that facility over the next several years? Is my question, does that make sense?
No, yeah, I mean, we have not had anyone talk to us about the use, and actually, we were working through a process of evaluating how we would use the facility and what we would do in that transition time. Prairie Surf Media had come forward and talked to us about this. I believe it would be very difficult to find a use for that because of the structure of the building and the size of the building. This seemed to be a great opportunity for us to keep the building active and to bring economic development into the city, to bring jobs into the city, and to be able to invest in the city. So I think there's an advantage on our side of what we gain from it. It's something that activates a building that otherwise would have minimal use or would be sitting, without being used. And so it was an opportunity for us.
And then I've made similar comments I'm about to make right now, which is to say, I know our Ward 2 office is reaching out to the state Oklahoma Film and Music office and to State Senator Julia Kurt, who has an interest in film. And I mean, I stand ready to do whatever I can to be a bit of a liaison between the state government and city government to just find out what they're wanting to do at the state level to help promote film, to help promote our people having access to metrotechs and community colleges, which I've spoke with the applicants about this, because I think it's so critical that our people have those skills to be the costume designers, the script supervisor, makeup artists, all those technical skills. It's so important that we link our people to those skills. In fact, I have to say, that's my biggest reservation. That it's kind of my only reservation I have about this project. I would really, really challenge the city council and our staff, and I know in our innovation lab, I think we call it, innovative lab, we really do need to think about how we are being very intentional about connecting our middle schoolers, that early by the way, our middle schoolers to the knowledge that we have this facility, that this industry exists, both in terms of film production and in terms of the analytical side, film studies, because this touches every aspect of media. When I was in graduate school the first time before my creative writing MFA, if this sounds boring, don't let it be, stay with me. I went to school for screen studies. Screen studies was not just the study of film, it was the study of film, video games, television, the internet, all screens, which our phones, whatever they are, right now, as you all know during the pandemic, we are consuming media in so many different forms. It's changing the landscape. And we need to make sure that we are preparing our students to be the ones utilizing the means of production. They need to learn these skills. Otherwise, we could see out-of-state workers coming here and filling roles on sets that our people who can become skilled workers, they should be the ones fulfilling those roles. And I think that's the challenge in front of us. So like I said, I've already had meetings with Rachel and Matt. Ward 2, we're gonna be working with the states to figure out how we can collaborate on this, but I think that's where we've got to be very, very intentional is how do we promote this to our students. They're ready, a lot of them just don't know that this is a field, a possibility for them. When I used to tell them, you could make video games instead of just playing them. They're like, what? And I was like, let's look up a video game salary. Let's look up a software engineer salary. And all of a sudden I saw kids who were completely disconnected from school care. So we've just got to be very intentional about that. As you can see, I'm very passionate about this. So that's why I asked the first question of what was going to be the use otherwise. So that calms my concerns there. And then B, just to say I'm excited to bring these productions here or to work to do so. We just got to really be very intentional about bringing our people along for the ride. My third is more of a question, and I raised it the last time too. The facility itself, I just think some exterior beautification efforts need to be there. And with film and screens generally, I think this offers us, an opportunity to do some aesthetic work there. In other words, this building should not just be a blank canvas downtown. What does that look like?
Well, we certainly wouldn't ask a tenant to do facility improvements on a building that we own.
Sure.
But I do know that our tenants will have the opportunity to put signage on the building because they will put their name and their logo. And I think there's opportunities there within our current provisions for signage downtown. You've seen that during Thunder playoff season, people can do building wraps and promote things that are going on in the community. So those really large, exciting kinds of displays are available for the tenant to do to promote different things throughout the course of the year. And of course, if they choose to do something more dynamic than that, you've seen some of the EMD message signs, like on the Oklahoman building, they could always request to do something like that of that scale. And I think that type of dynamic imaging of what's going on inside the Cox Center or what's happening with the building might satisfy that in terms of bringing some interest to the exterior of the building.
I would really encourage and hope to see that, but there's nothing on our level. There's no like mural or anything like this.
We don't have any plan at this point to do any additional exterior work on the building.
Can we?
We don't have a funding source for it right now.
Okay.
And thinking about the term of this project, at some point, Prairie Surf is going to move out of this building into another place. So we kind of have to balance and weigh how much funding the city puts into certain things that promote the building. If they can do that through signage, and the building is in good condition, I don't think it's an ugly building from the outside at all. I think that signage could really spiff up the exterior.
And I think the other issue too with having a tenant in there, and I mean, regardless of what we do with the building, there's still capital maintenance issues on that building to make sure that the building is functional. That really is going to be the higher priority on our funding to make sure that we're keeping the building functional so they can operate.
Okay. Just know a request exists out there that I would love to see in addition, because I know you all have investments you all have to make in terms of the actual sets and these sorts of the production itself. So then to go around and do signage, that could be cost prohibitive for you all. So I understand that. So I just hope that you're able to figure out some way to do that balance, because I think that the beauty of that building is very important. That's all. Thank you.
Any other comments or
I'm sorry.
questions?
Oh.
Yeah, down there.
Just a couple of questions. This 34-page lease that we're seeing today, is that the final version, or is it still subject to some revisions? And then secondly, when will this 34-page lease go to the trustees for approval? And then more importantly, when will it come back for council concurrence?
While we may be able to answer that, I think this is the final lease
This
agreement.
is the final
is the
approval
decision.
as the trustees of the Public Property Authority.
Have they already signed it is the question.
Well, it will be approved today. When you approve it today as the Public Property Authority, that is the final approval of the lease on our side of it. Yes. Yes, sir.
Well, first, I'd like to say that I am proud to call Ward 7 now the home of movie and entertainment, especially with the production of Green Pasture Studio booming the way that it has just in the short time frame. And now with what we can expect to see with Prairie Surf Media. And to your point, James, please let me know so I can be engaged in that conversation. And I know that there are entities that are preparing for the arrivals and the entrance of this program or the many programming and opportunities that will take place. Metro Tech right now is offering classes pertaining to film in entertainment for us to prepare to get those folks ready for these careers that are about to take off in our communities. And I see this as a new boost of revitalization, not only for that piece of downtown, but also for Bricktown. Bricktown has been busting for something new to bring some life and just some fresh air back into it. And in my opinion, this type of studio is going to do just that in order for us to, again, as we continue to talk about the ways we would like to see just the diversity, the boom in the economy, just the robustness of how we would like to see the togetherness of our city. It happens in projects like this. So, and I must say to Ms. Cannon, I hadn't seen Fresh Off the Boat, so as soon as we finished that conversation, I started binge watching it, so I enjoyed it very much. Thank you. And that helped me to understand what can come from seeing things like that. So I'm happy that we're able to bring some life back into this building. My one question is, as I was looking at some of this agreement, and you did mention as far as the Oklahoma City Blue, what is their comfort as far as them being in this last year of their contract, and where are we looking if they are wanting to extend that contract in relocation opportunities for them?
It wouldn't be a contract with us. I think that they would probably move to a different facility. They've been in conversations with different entities that could host the basketball team and practice facility for them. So I'm not sure where they have decided to make that move. I think that they had a little bit more time because of the cancellation of the season starting. So they're working towards that. So we would no longer have a contract with them to use the Cox Center.
Right, which that part I understand, but I guess my question more so is, are we helping in the effort? Because I know this was a city-owned facility, and where the Thunder play is a city-owned facility, and that right, so are we working through that effort is really, I guess, my question.
Yes,
more so.
we're working with them to try to help accommodate their needs, and if they're needing an assistance from us, we've been at the table with them trying to figure out what types of equipment or things like that were specific to them that they used in the facility to help them move that to the next facility. As a G League team, they have certain NBA requirements and standards. So those are some of the provisions that we've done in partnership with them to help them make that transition. And I think to your point about education and feeder pipelines, if you talk to Rachel and Matt, that is a huge focus of them, is to make sure that our local industry and our residents are being fed into this workforce. They're very, very passionate about it. They've been doing this work. In addition to just gearing up a new business, they've been doing a lot of work with our universities and our tech facilities, trying to put together curriculums that are specific to the types of jobs that are going to be needed in the Cox Center, knowing exactly what types of production and construction jobs will be housed right here in downtown Oklahoma City. So I would encourage you to have conversations with them if you want to know more about who they've talked to and coordinated with, and it's a pretty impressive roster.
Any other comments or questions for Aubrey or anyone? Okay. I think, I think Councilman Cooper went down a line of questioning that really resonated with Councilman Greenwell's as well. If we were constructing this on a speculative basis for PSM, that'd be a very different conversation. But the reality is, we have a building that really didn't have a known purpose. We'd be having a conversation right about now about what we were going to do with that space over the next few years. And here we've had really a fortuitous development, giving us a potentially exciting opportunity for the city. And there's, to me, very little downside and a whole lot of upside potential for the city. And if it doesn't work out, which seems unlikely, but it seems like they're getting a lot of interest already, but if it doesn't work out, we're just right back where we were, which is we have a building that we got to figure out the future of. We haven't really lost anything. So I think it's definitely worth pursuing. Aubrey, thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a lot.
Thank you.
Well, what do we want to do with the lease agreement? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Councilman Greenwell, I suspect I have some knowledge of your vote. Do you want to pull this out for a separate vote from the rest of the, oftentimes we vote on PPA as one item, but you want to just vote on the lease first? Okay, yeah. Let's just we'll take that as a motion on the lease agreement, item C under the PPA agenda. And we had a second on that. Cast your votes. Passes 7-1. And then let's look at items A, B, and D. We could take those with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. We will now adjourn OCPPA and convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we just have claims and payroll. We could take with a quick motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll reconvene the council meeting. Let's adjourn OCEAT, reconvene the council meeting where we find ourselves on item 7, the consent docket. I know we have a scheduled presentation for item AL, and that is, and AP, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And that is it for scheduled presentations. Are there any other items that a council member wishes to pull out for a separate vote or for a separate discussion?
Mayor, I just wanted to make a quick comment on item A, D as in dog.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to ask, and I believe they've already entered the room, but I'd like to ask Kim Cooper Hart to provide a bit of the historical context and where we are in the present moment and where we're going with item 7S. And then just to hear a little bit more about 7Q as well, please.
Huh?
Thanks.
Anybody else? All right, we will take them in order then, which means we will start with you, Councilman Cooper, at item Q.
Yes, I'd like to hear, let's see, where'd that go? Not sure what happened to my agenda here. One moment. Yes, just wanted to hear a little bit more about where we are with the Uptown Street Association. I think both of these are going to involve Kim Cooper Hart.
Manager, sir, this item is the annual services agreement with Uptown 23rd. We've been contracting with Uptown 23rd for many years. Now they're a business improvement district, and so we cycle the annual contract with their business improvement district renewal. And we renewed their business improvement district at the last meeting, and this item just didn't get on the agenda. So you're seeing it separately, but this is the routine.
Thank you. And then I know many of us on the council are very well versed in this, but could you just remind us what benefits come with a business improvement district, like what that is and how that works?
Sure. A business improvement district is allowed by state statute, and what it is, it's an arrangement where all the property owners in a district pay a little bit amount into a fund that we hold at the city in trust every year. And what we do in my commercial district program is we contract with the district organization to provide those services. And so they hire the people that sweep the streets, that clean the sidewalks, that trim the trees. They also manage events and so forth. And the statute has some restrictions on how that money can be spent, very much like any contract would be. And it helps keep the place clean, safe, and beautiful.
And thank you for your continued work with our districts on such efforts. I just love it. Does that get us to the next item, Mayor?
Sure. Item S.
Ms. Cooper Hart?
Is that mine or?
It's still you.
Is it still me?
It is.
So item S is actually a street improvement project. And so it's a street enhancement project. Eric could answer any questions as far as the project goes, but you are wanting to get information on the district.
The history of this project, and Eric is welcome to speak as well. I just know, in fact, if both of you would like to, I just know that Ms. Cooper Hart has the kind of history of how this project began. And the reason why I'm asking again is when I asked about this previously, the power went out at my house, and so your answer got kind of fragmented in a way. And so I just wanted to have like one solid moment of just hearing that history and where we're going.
Of course. Well, when I was watching the video that Aubrey was talking to about the film potential lessors at the Cox Convention Center, and it ended with "Imagine That." You may remember, Councilman, when we were doing the work with 39th Street, our slogan was "Imagine More." And so we started in 2013. Your predecessor, Councilman Shadid, started gathering the businesses and the property owners together to talk about beautifying the area. And I found out he was doing that, and I said, I can really give you a hand with that. So then my staff and I started, running the outreach, and we got to know everybody, and they became a district in the program, and we contract with them to do the same sort of thing that Uptown does, but on a smaller scale. And right now we have Streetscape coming up. And this item here is just to add some things onto the contract to do with the markers and some public art. But we're going to start, I think, in January, breaking ground. So it's going to be really cool. And it's going to look a lot better than it does now. It's going to be much safer at night. You'll be able to see. These old industrial areas were not built for entertainment. They were built for trucks to come in and out during the day. So we have a little work to do.
Yeah, I really I've said it a million times, but I just really appreciate your work with the district and with the community, because they very much participated in these conversations as well. So thank you. And I don't know if Eric, if you wanted to add anything, you're welcome to.
Yeah, Eric Wenger, Public Works Director, Oklahoma City. Just to comment just on the item today, it's a construction contract award, so the bidding is complete. With your action today, we'll be awarding that construction. Just to remind, the 39th Street streetscape is near 39th and Barnes, but it is a street enhancement project as part of our Better Street, Safer City program. The contract award is for about $1.7 million. And it's going to enhance, it's going to add additional parking. It's going to take care of closing up a lot of excess driveways. It's going to bring some beautification projects, including some landscaping, some decorative intersection work, as you know, Councilman, and a number of other features that the Planning Department under Kim's leadership and others did through the stakeholder meetings. So looking forward to beginning that work here in early 21 and finishing up by fall of next year.
And again, I also just want to thank you for your coordination and work on this project. Just a quick follow-up now that I have you here. I know originally it seemed like the timeline was a little bit ahead. We thought that we might be able to do this project in time for next summer. Can you speak to why there were recent delays in the last several months? Like, is that just part of the process? I mean, what was going on?
As part of the stakeholder meetings, the stakeholders have a number of events that are in that area, and so coordinating around some of those, including the Pride Festival and some things, have caused us to kind of adjust that schedule. But the schedule that's being proposed fits their needs, and so we've really tried to slot that in and get that done before the celebrations next year.
Well, wonderful. Again, just thank you so much. This project really means a whole lot to me and to the community and the city. So thank you, and thank you again, Kim.
All right, that means we are at item AD. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. While we're talking about historical context, I just wanted to point out this is a bridge that is currently in engineering. Construction should start early next year. This bridge was actually built in the 30s. It is a iron bridge, one lane with wood decking. And it's a pretty bridge, except that it sets at a 45-degree angle when you're coming from either direction. So you're coming down a two-lane road, and all of a sudden you're faced with a single-lane bridge set at a 45-degree angle, set over a deep creek. So from a safety standpoint, and I can't wait to see this thing get finished. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. City Manager, you have a presentation for item AL.
Yes, item AL is a use of coronavirus cares funds The coronavirus relief plan is also an item that's on item 10J that we'll look at in a few minutes. This is an agreement, this item is an agreement with the Oklahoma City Public School System. They're in a process of doing some renovations on some of their buildings to repair or change out some of their air filtration systems to make a safer environment so that when they can go back into session with their students being in school, they have a project that they're working through. Their estimate right now is about $3.5 million on the total project. They're still working through the finalization of that. They're going to do it in multiple phases, but they were about $1 million short of being able to fund that project. They had talked about us whether we could use some CARES funds with our deadline coming. We needed to move this ahead so that we could do that, to be able to reimburse them from some of their costs and as they finish up those projects. In order to be eligible for CARES funds, the project has to be needed in this current year. It has to be completed in the current year and operable before December 30th. Their plan is to have that work completed that they're doing on their first phase so that they can have that eligible for our CARES Act funds. And so this would allow them to complete that portion of the project, and we'd reimburse them for $1 million in their project. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any other questions about this.
Craig, I have a question in terms of the mechanics. Has the improvements been made that are going to be made, and can we get all this accomplished by December 31st?
Some of them have been made already. I don't believe it's up to the full $1 million. Some of them have been made already. They had started the project with some funding they had. And our understanding with them, what we've explained to them, is the projects have to be finished by that date, and we believe they will be. This portion of the project, they're going to carry on further phases with other funding sources that they're using, so they're funding the majority of the project. They're going to continue other phases beyond that December 30th, but this first phase they do believe will be finished by that date.
And we have to get the check to them by December 31st?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Item AO.
Oh, I'd like to speak on that. That's right, I don't like Oklahoma District Courts.
I'm sorry, sir, have you signed up to speak?
Yeah.
I don't have a slip.
Citizens to be heard.
Well, that's we're not to that yet. We're not to citizens to be heard. I don't know, but if you know, I know you know the system. We let you speak on every item, but you got to go fill out a slip.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see where it's at.
Where does it say what, sir? We are currently on the consent docket. We're making our way through the consent docket. All the items require a yellow slip. All you got to do is hand it in, and we will be happy to hear from you. We're on the consent docket. There's an agenda out front. I'm going to move on. Mr. City Manager, item AO.
On AP, this is AP.
AP, I'm sorry, you're right,
my fault.
AP.
David Hornbeek is here with the Hornbeek and Blatt on the Wellness Center 3, and will make a presentation for us on the final plans and specifications for Wellness Center 3.
Okay. You are not recognized. We have a presentation on item AP. If you've filled out a slip, you'll have an opportunity to speak, but you don't determine when that is. David? Good morning.
And we'd like to, oh, there we go. I said good morning, Your Honor, and esteemed council members and staff. My name is David Hornbeek. I'm with Hornbeek Blatt Architects, and we're here to present to you a project that we've completed the construction documents on and would like to go out to bid on. The project is Oklahoma City Senior Health and Wellness Center number 3. It's located at 36th and Lincoln. The operator of the project will be Langston University, and the operator of the fitness side of the facility will be the YMCA. It includes a fitness center, a gym, a 25-yard pool, elevated indoor walking and jogging track, Then it has a passive side as well that includes community and learning facilities such as multiple lounge and gathering spaces, and teaching demonstration kitchen, which they can help seniors learn how to make affordable and healthy meals, arts programs, multi-purpose rooms, game areas, computer areas, and outside activities. The location is at 36th and Lincoln on the northeast corner of the intersection. It's a mile north of the Capitol building, and this is an enlarged site. That site also is the same site that has the Homeland grocery store that just cut ground and had broke ground and started construction a month or so ago. This will be due north of that on the same site. This is a plan that shows the west wing will be the active center, the fitness area, and the pool is in the center, and the east wing will be the multipurpose and activity center with the arts classrooms, the demonstration kitchen, a kitchen that also serves the multipurpose space. Multipurpose space can be used as classrooms and or other types of uses. Upstairs will be a walking track, and that's good. This is a view of the facility as we propose it from the front, looking right at the entrance. You can see the activity side on the left to the west. We're looking due north, and the community side, passive side, on the east wing to the right. This is a view from the interior, right at the entry, looking towards the active center, and you can see the walking trail above and the gymnasium entrance down below. The pool is just around the corner from the check-in desk. Another view looking more focused on the activity center. This is from the walking track looking down into the gymnasium. And this is a view from the corner, standing essentially at the corner with Homeland would be to our right. And this is looking at what you would what you would see if you were in the northbound lanes on the east side of Lincoln headed north. The proposed budget is $11,717,000, and our latest estimate is just under that. This is a proposed schedule. We'd like to open bids soon, and we propose to have the bid opening in January if you approve this, and be under construction in February and complete somewhere in 2022 in June. I'd entertain any questions that anyone may have.
Any questions for David?
Mine is more so of a comment, and I just want to say thank you to you all for your diligence and consideration of our seniors in the community, because I know we had to come back to this a few times in order for us to make sure it was feasible for our seniors. And I think one of the things I'm most excited about is, while I'm not close to being able to participate, I do know that we have some beautiful artwork that is coming that anyone can enjoy, and it's going to be in a facility such as this. So those are the things I am very excited about. I'm excited about the health outcomes as far as our seniors are concerned, to better those health outcomes, to get us motivated and moving more, and to also have those test and demonstration kitchens and that event space that our community has desired for far too long. And the fact, again, it's in a perfect location for health and wellness with this grocery store right in front of it, and they've already said that they are committed to ensuring that we are working together in the effort of the health and the wellness aspects. So again, thank you all for your hard work and dedication to this project, and I know we are looking forward to a great facility when it comes to our seniors being taken care of by the City of Oklahoma City.
Well, thank you, Nikki, for all your input. She's been very, very attentive during this process.
By the way, I think eligibility is 50, so we're a little closer than you might think, Nikki.
You might be, but don't put me out there with you.
Okay, any other questions or comments for David?
May I just add?
Yeah.
First, I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Nice for all of your efforts. I want to say thank you as well. Anyone involved in getting these two projects, the grocery store and the wellness center, coordinated. And I know Councilwoman Nice has just been instrumental in that. It's just incredible. The only thing I really want to say in addition to that are comments I've made previously, whether it's the maps for Innovation District funds and or it's revisiting the Bike Walk OKC when it comes to our pedestrian and bike infrastructure guide. It's critical that at Northwest 36th and I-235, we make that a pedestrian-friendly area. To attend the groundbreaking ceremony for the grocery store, I biked from my neighborhood in the Paseo, right? Get ready. And I even knew there was another route. I knew that I could bike to the south through Mesta Park to 16th Street and then take 16th to through the neighborhoods there. I know that's the route, but I want you to think about this. I live on 28th. I would have had to bike south to 16th, then bike east, right? And then I had to bike to 36, back north to 36th and Lincoln to get to that. So I wanted to try something that day, because that would have been like a good 15, 20-minute bike ride. So that day, I took my life in my own hands. I left Northwest 28th Street in the Paseo and biked over to Northwest 36th, a 4-lane stretch of road. I then biked east on Northwest 36th Street, under I-235, so where there's a lot of where people are exiting, getting onto 235, and then got to Lincoln. People looked at me like I was a madman biking in that, in one of those 4 lanes. But do you know it took me about, 8 minutes to get from where I was in the Paseo to the site of this new wellness center. Again, a wellness center for your mental and physical health and life skills. So the idea that someone should be able to walk from Ward 2, remembering that our Ward 2 boundary is at I-235 right there. We have neighborhoods right there, Crown Heights, with a lot of aging residents. They've told me they think about their health all the time. We have Crown Heights, Central Park, Edgemere, Paseo, Helm Park. We have neighborhoods right there along I-235 that, in my mind, there's no reason why they should not have a walkable, bikeable path between their neighborhoods to the work that you all have done at 36th and Lincoln. So I've mentioned intentionality a couple times during this council already, but we have got to be very, very intentional using the revisions to Bike Walk OKC and the Maps for Innovation District project to make sure that we are connecting the 2 wards. It's vital. We have some work to do in terms of that. So 235 should not be a barrier to health. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions on this item for David? Okay. Thank you so much for your work, David. And we do have a citizen who signed up to speak on this item, Michael Washington.
Not that he get mad, because Michael just don't care now, does he?
Mr. Washington, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keep your remarks to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Man, what is this guy talking about here? All this, again, Michael Washington. 2900 Northeast 18th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73111 with a 1 on back of it. Now then, what is this still a part of this gentrification process that's going on the Northeast side? Now here it is, y'all brought this fictitious Homeland Security over on the Northeast side. Now you want to talk about this wellness center, which, number one, let me understand this here now. I'm all for the wellness of my elderly people, who I to get my right leg for. No question and no pun intended. However, we're not talking about something that's being here ingratiated here on the northeast side of Oklahoma City, because if you look at it, it's all about you people gentrifying yourselves, coming over here, removing us out of our homelands and our places, and making our spots money laundering places for yourselves. Now, I'm not saying yourselves, when I say you, I'm talking about those who look like you. Let's just keep it real here. Now, maybe a few of us look like me. We know most of us don't have money, though, don't we? Now, this Homeland Security, this wellness center, it's not being built in the heart of Oklahoma City. As a matter of fact, it's almost on the northwest side of Oklahoma City. All we have to do is go to Santa Fe, we'll be there now, won't we? How come it couldn't be in the center where the livelihood or life bloodline of African Americans do exist today? Just like with your store and all this here going. These old phones eat the show now when I get to talk. I hate that. How much time I got left? Shut up, phone, until I get finished with you. Now then, it's no secret here that you people here are plotting and planning to remove us out of our safe environment so you can come over and reclaim the northeast side, which at one time in the 1960s that used to belong to you. Okay, now, good thing, thank you. This is what I'm trying to say here. All this here talking about voting on things and wellness centers and MAP 3, how long has MAP 3 been in existence? Or MAP 4, whatever we call it, it hasn't been here. I mean, we already at MAP 4. Man, come on, man. Somebody's hiding the money. Somebody's pocketing. Somebody's doing something strange with this here. But I'm going to tell y'all something. It's going to be a fight on my end. You hear me? Y'all not going to come over and take nothing from the east side without Michael Washington knowing about it. And this is not a front, because Michael Washington does this every time he come here, don't he? Wherever he go, he's going to let himself be known, because it is about me, myself, and I. When it comes to speaking my mind, that is. But when it comes to representing my community, that's what I do today. When I'm told to go down and speak, I give the people what they want. You ever heard the song, give the people what they want, dun, 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 dun. Well, that's what I do. That's right. And I don't mind, it don't mean maybe. So like I said, let's table this and do a little bit more conversation, and then we can determine what we need to do with this wellness center. I would need this wellness center. As a matter of fact, y'all got a spot right there on 23rd Street where y'all just closed that fake store down. Why don't we put that wellness center right there in the heart of the northeast side of Oklahoma City, right there on 23rd and Martin Luther King, where that store used to be. Save a lot of small
Washington, you're at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Hasta la vista, baby, because I will be back. That's right.
All right. Well, that concludes all the presentations we had scheduled for the consent docket. Would you like to take a motion? Got a motion? Did I hear a second? Second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 8, the concurrence docket. There's no scheduled presentations here. We could take items A through I with one motion. Got a motion. Is there a second? Got a second? Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. All right, now we're at item 9, items requiring separate votes. Item 9A are ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. Item 9A1 is at 7201 North Hudson Avenue, going from R1 to I2. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, is applicant signed up to speak?
I don't think anyone's signed up, but I believe he's making his way forward.
Let's hear from this person.
Good morning, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an item that you have all no doubt had a lot of emails and perhaps even phone calls on. I'm happy to report as of late yesterday, we do have an agreement in place with the people that did protest. So real briefly, what we have applied for is actually several different tracts. The emails and the concern that you were getting really only deal with the 17-acre tract right here west of Hudson. And our application was for an I-2 zoning, which we are surrounded by I-2 next to the railroad tracks. What our agreement that we have in place with the objectors is to move forward today with the tracks that are east of Hudson. We will continue the 17-acre tract west of Hudson to come back in and rezone it, as well as the piece owned by the Center for Not-for-Profits in a PUD, to do a few things. One, place provisions in the PUD requiring a certain amount of frontage of Hudson to be extended prior to building permits being issued within the 17-acre tract west of Hudson, removing certain uses that both parties deem to be objectionable, and a handful of other things that I can get into if you'd like. But Mr. Kelly Work, who represents the Center for Not-for-Profits, is also here. So what we're asking you to do today is to approve the items, and we have the support of the Center for Not-for-Profits. East of Hudson, Madam Clerk, I can read those legal descriptions into the record. I'm not sure how the council would prefer to move forward on that piece, but that's what we're asking you to do, is approve the items east of Hudson, continue the 17-acre tract west of Hudson. We will draft a PUD and then start the process over again at Planning Commission on that piece specifically, as well as the piece that is owned by the Center for Not-for-Profits.
Okay, there's a lot there. I'm not sure what the right process is going to be, so I'm going to turn to our municipal council with some guidance, please.
For purposes of the record, I might just real quickly, the legal description submitted as part of the application has multiple tracks. Tracks A, A.1, B, C, D, E, and E.1 are made up of those portions east of Hudson. Tract I within the application is the 17-acre tract that is west of Hudson. So what we're asking for is approval of tracks A, A.1, B, C, D, E, and E.1.
Right, those are all east of Hudson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Probably the best thing to do would be to split this application into two applications. The one east of Hudson, which will remain the same case number, and the one west of Hudson will be remanded to the Planning Commission so they can amend it into a PUD, and it'll be given a new case number by the staff. So they won't have to pay a new application fee.
That seems about my understanding. And then is Mr. Work, because I don't want to, no offense, David, but some sort of verbal, make sure both sides are saying this. This agreement is what you've all discussed, and making sure that we're all on the same page, because I don't want to be back here in a few months going, he said, no, he said. So, hello, Mr. Work.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, and I am appearing here today on behalf of the Oklahoma Center for Nonprofits, Inc., which owns the building that is known as the Chesapeake Community Plaza there, that is along the west side of Wilshire Creek Boulevard. And I can confirm for you, Councilman Cooper, and for the rest of the council that, yes, we did reach an agreement yesterday with the applicant, and it is as Mr. Box has stated. Our understanding is that the 17-acre tract that's on the west side of Hudson will be separated out and will not go forward today. The tracts that are located on the east side of Hudson will be allowed to go forward with the straight I-2 zoning request, and then a separate PUD application then will be filed with respect to the 17-acre tract that is west of Hudson. So essentially, the agreement is we would let the tracts go forward on the east side of Hudson. The tract that is on the west side of Hudson will be removed from the application today, and then a separate PUD will be filed with respect to that one. And of course, as Mr. Box mentioned, as part of that PUD for the 17-acre tract, the applicant has agreed that the PUD will include the requirement that the paving on Hudson will be extended to the 17-acre tract so that there will be access for development on the 17-acre tract from Hudson to Wilshire, in addition to the access on Wilshire Creek Boulevard. So that will be a part of the PUD. We do have a written agreement that we entered into yesterday, and so those terms are all set forth in that written agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yep. Councilman, your first motion would be to amend this, to split this in two, from the properties to the east of Hudson to the properties to the west of Hudson. Then after that, if that passes, you would move to approve the properties to the east of Hudson under this same case number, and then move to send the properties to the west of Hudson back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, we're going to walk through each one of those. We're going to do those one at a time. The Hudson part of this was kind of my main concern. What does that agreement look like in terms of getting that paved? Like, what is there a timeline? What's the partnership look like?
Paving Hudson?
Mm-hmm.
We would welcome partnership in the city.
Well, I'm sure you would.
So what the provision that will be in the PUD that is in the agreement is that prior to the issuance of a building permit on that 17-acre tract, Hudson must be extended to a point that meets the minimum access requirements for that tract to take access to Hudson.
From Wilshire.
From Wilshire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what would happen is there is a point along Hudson where paving stops. It's approximately 650 feet south of Wilshire. From that point, moving south to the 17-acre tract, a building permit could not be issued for the 17-acre tract until Hudson is improved. Now, how it gets improved, who does it, that'll be answered then. Perhaps the city says no involvement. In that case, whoever is going to develop it will have to do so prior to the building permit being issued.
Okay. And this written agreement you all have, do we have it? That's my first question. Do we have that?
I don't think you do. It's an agreement between the two parties.
Is it okay for us to have that agreement as a city? So
it doesn't matter. There's no confidentiality provision in it. It essentially what I just recited. We had agreed to the terms verbally. Both sides wanted it to be written down. What you'll see is in the PUD, the provisions outlined in that agreement will be placed into the PUD. And my guess is if we don't put the provisions in the PUD that are satisfactory to Mr. Work, you're going to have the opportunity to see us here again pointing fingers at each other.
I know. That's what I want to avoid. So if we could get a copy of that agreement, like, as soon as possible so that our municipal council has that, that would be very helpful. And then it'll kind of give us a better understanding. Oh, is this the...
There it is.
I don't want to pass things too many hands. Pandemic.
James, may I ask a question while you're doing that? Sure. So, David, going back to the property that you'd like to have approval for today, the lower sections, I guess it's that R1 right there, and then the two south of that, those two small areas.
Yes, sir.
How do you have access? Do you have to come in from 63rd Street? Because Hudson doesn't go down that far south, does it currently?
It doesn't. 71st and 70th are improved, and so you can have access from the 235 or I-30 or 235 Service Road, but 70th and 71st are improved to a portion that is long enough to get you access to those. We don't need access from Hudson for those.
But at some point, when you do plan to develop the area west, somebody will improve Hudson to the point that you could have access along Hudson to the entire property.
Well, that depends. If you see the tract west of Hudson, it's an odd shape because you see that there's a large tower there. The tower company owns that. It is unlikely that that tower is ever going to go away. And so it's unlikely that that ever gets redeveloped. So that tower company is the impediment to Hudson coming all the way down to, say, 70th.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we have this verbal agreement. We have, as a city, the written version of that verbal agreement. So I'd like to make a motion to amend this item and split it into two, focusing on the east portion right now, the R1 on the east.
Yep.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to, okay, so Kenny, this is a motion to split the item. Then we will vote on separate.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So this is just a motion to split the item as described.
Yes, please.
Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Passes unanimously.
All right.
Then you move to approve the portion to the east of Hudson under the current case number of 10681.
That makes sense. Then I'd like to make a motion to approve the current item focusing on the east portion.
Second.
As described by
As
Ken.
described, as described here today.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
And then you should move to,
To make the west part of the PUD under the same number.
different number.
Different number.
To be remanded to the Planning Commission.
As a PUD.
And staff will designate a different number, and part of the agreement that the city worked out with them to withdraw their objection is that they wouldn't have to pay a new.
Correct.
Filing fee.
Okay, so we're gonna move to have this item as a new number for the planning.
Staff will designate
They'll
that.
take care of that part of it? Okay. Do I need to say anything else official on that?
No.
Sorry. Look, I'm not dumb. I don't want anyone listening to this to think that. This was a lot of back and forth between the Center for Not-for-Profits and the applicant, their legal representatives. There was a lot of work to get us to this place. So getting this just right is very important. So, Kenny, just one more time, I can.
Move to send the properties to the west of Hudson back to the Planning Commission, remand them to the Planning Commission. They'll be assigned a new number by staff, and that it can proceed as a new case number without paying an additional fee.
Okay, so I'd like to move to approve for the properties on the west. We're going to send those back to planning, where staff can be able to get them a new number, and we're ready to go.
Okay, we have a motion? Got a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both. Okay, item 9A2 is at 1333 R1 to AA. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I know the applicant is present, and I was able to speak with the applicant. And what I am going to ask, and they so graciously agreed, is that we send this back to Planning Commission, and this is with the emphasis to turn this development or this PC 10689 to a PUD for them to be able to do the uses. And also, I'm asking that we are able to amend the fees for this as we send it back to Planning Commission. So that's going to be my recommendation for this. And again, I want to thank the applicant for so graciously agreeing for us to do this. And the reason is because I do not want to see a Pandora's box of medical marijuana and anything of the like in our rural areas when it pertains to agriculture and being able to zone those spaces agriculture from R1. So with this, again, I move to amend this application to send back to Planning Commission, and also to ensure that we amend the fees where they're able to turn that into the PUD and for it to go forth.
Okay, got a motion to that effect? Second? Oh, you are correct. We do have a citizen who signed up to speak. Before we cast those votes, let's hear from that person.
Thank you,
Michael
sir.
Washington.
Washington, Oklahoma City. Let me try to be a little bit more calmer because she slightly got my attention with this so-called delay here. Now then, you want to turn my African American community to an economic district, basically, don't you? So in other words, you want to just move my people out where you want to put us on Istanbul or some island or something? You want to turn our housing district, family planning units, into somebody like, say, marijuana, whatever the case is. And especially with this COVID thing going on, what, are we supposed to sleep on the streets, y'all? Now, come on, y'all know I wasn't finna go for that, don't you? Now then, you want to turn R1 single-family residential district now, huh? So what is that, the prelude to preparing for bigger substances to come afterwards? Which means now all you people here are going to be out of our way who are in that living area. Maybe not all of you, but a lot of you. Because why? Now it becomes what you call eminent domain, don't it? Because then the city planning commission, as well as everybody else, begins as they, you know what, it's a hidden agenda here somewhere. Because you don't just take a housing district where you know people are already finding it hard to live. Oh, by the way, there is some place on 6th Street they're building up some apartments on us. What do they call it? Is it Page Woodson School? Is that why all the new buildings that came around the school are coming up? New housing districts to prepare for all this? You see, Michael listens and watches. You know? That's why people send him to do things like this. I am a little bit common now, aren't I? Isn't that something? Well, let me tell y'all something. It's not going to work. You hear me? No gentrification, no so-called innovation district, which again, oh, y'all didn't know Michael knew about that, did you? That's all part of the innovation district, isn't it? Huh? Yes, it is. But it's not going to work, y'all. I don't care about how many billions of dollars you say you got planned into supporting this area or this innovation district type thing, which more likely the majority of it, a vast majority of it, is around 4th Street toward, I think, Martin Luther King, 4th and Lincoln, and going to about 13th and Lincoln, and then back to across the highway, going on the southwest side. Let me tell y'all something here. Y'all need to leave us alone. Straight up. Now, you may have other people that's cowards out there, some of them that don't know how to speak for themselves, but I'm certainly one of them that don't mind speaking up and standing up for the rights of the people. You don't come and trying to tell me you're going to move me out of houses and lands and things that belong to our people so your people can come over here and take and destroy us and put us on basic reservation camps and things of that nature. No disrespect to the Native Americans, but again, I have to be truthful here. That's what it is. You're not going to take our land from us. You're not going to take our home from us. You're not going to take our property from us. And you're not going to move us up there. I see everywhere on Northeast side, how we buy houses. We buy houses. We buy land. We buy chicken crap. Really? Don't tell me that's there by accident. You know they know. Because they're planning so when y'all regentrify, come over, move us out, that you're going to take our land from us. But like I said,
all right, you're at 3 minutes. Thank you,
Thank y'all
Mr.
very
Washington.
much, and have a good day.
We have a motion and a second on the table. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Is that the final act on that?
I think so, but I want to leave this comment, especially due to what we just heard. If you look around you, the person that's actually zoning this looks like you. So think about things before you get up and speak. And also pertaining to this, I don't think I need to say anymore.
All right. Item 9A3 is at 1607 South Jordan Avenue, going from R1 to I2. Back to you, Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I'm not sure if the applicant is present, but if not, I would like to go ahead and move for approval.
Okay. We do have a citizen who signed up to speak, so we'll table that motion for a moment, and Michael Washington is recognized.
Same thing. How's everybody doing? Well, this is a lovely morning, isn't it? I love it myself. Now then, once again, Councilman Knights, why are y'all trying to take our African-American community from us? Well, you basically took the majority of it from us already anyway, but is there a stopping point? Is there a stopping point? Now, are we really trying to then extend the downtown Oklahoma City area over to the northeast side in various other complexes and things to be tied in? Is that what we're doing here? Sounds like it is to me. Now, we're talking about black faces, white faces, whatever the faces. I don't discriminate, so no one can call me being a racist. Uh-oh, Michael, don't be too clear now. Everybody hears you. That's right. So that means I don't care who coming over here trying to change my housing district to what you want to call a integration district. That's all it is, innovation district. Huh? You want to turn it into a no longer, listen to this, y'all. We have enough residential areas. Park them outside of our housing areas. Park them outside of it. Don't come and just take us and tell us that we got to move out so you can put your business up. I'm all for entrepreneurs. I'm all for independence. But I'm strongly against you blatantly and flagrantly removing people without their permission. That's right. That's what it becomes, without their permission. Even though, okay, well, we bought the property, we just want to change it. Y'all not listening to me, I already know. You buy the property for little or nothing. Then you come in and you redevelop it for triple times the amount you bought it for, don't you? See, y'all got to realize I do my study, do learnings and teachings. I don't just come up and just going on and on. Huh? Now, it ain't going to work. If I have to go out myself on my own, y'all see this elegant face here? If I have to go out on my own and petition these people to object to this, then that's what we're going to do. A number of our people do not know that these things are going on, and yet they're surprised when it does happen. And yet now, let me be real here, I blame them for not coming out and learning more about their culture and their community. Maybe they need someone like myself to represent them on that end, to let them know to come down here that we got these things going on, huh? So we can filibuster everything that go on down here. That's what we need to do. This place needs to be flooded with people saying, man, y'all gonna disrespect us? We're gonna file a lawsuit, class action lawsuit against the conspiratorial mannerism and behavior of you people. Oh, yeah, oh, no, it's not in the domain right now. I'm not saying that. But you do have the right to look out for the citizens, the innocent people, the little people who don't have a voice. You have to get their concerns, even though this place is designed to make them come down, but it should be a better way to inform them that things like this are going on. They may not want to have their children run around marijuana plants, walking down the street, smelling that stuff, flipping out or whatever. I'm not saying it's bad per se because it's legalized, but I'm saying don't just push me out the way before you can make it, though. Think about the little people. We're not talking about the big people anymore because the big people don't count right now. The big people need to give up some of those taxpayer dollars that they're keeping in their pockets. That's what they, and about, oh, Lord, I'll get on Leonard Ben in a minute. Let me get up out of here. But anyhow, thank y'all very much. What does Arnold Schwarzenegger say?
And that's 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Washington.
And,
okay, we had a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, we have a motion.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we're at item 9A4. This is a 19301 North May, going from R1 to R1ZL. That's a new one on me. Councilman Stuncypher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Zero lot line. We're going to rezone 19301 North May Avenue to single-family residential zero lot line. And this went before the Planning Commission. It was approved by the Planning Commission on October 22nd, and there are no protests. And so if no one signed up, I'd move for its approval.
No one has signed up. We've got a motion. Do we have a second? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A5 is at 12300 North Coltrane, going from PUD 1646 to R1. Councilwoman Nice?
Yes, has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not.
Okay. With this, I will move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A6 is a 2701 South Cemetery Road, going from AA to PUD 1778. Councilman McAtee. Oh, actually, yes, Brian Cook, who appears to be in opposition. So I don't know if the applicant is here as well.
He would come forward, and then also if the applicant would come forward.
Is the applicant here? We usually maybe start there so we understand what we're talking about, and then we'll hear from the opposition. Mr. Box.
Yes. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Also with me is Mark Grubbs, who is the civil engineer for the project. Cindy, could you display that exhibit. So what we are asking for is a PUD on approximately 38 acres off of Southwest 29th and Cemetery. What we have included in the PUD is a requirement that all of our lot sizes be a minimum of 1 acre in size. The reason you see this exhibit before you is to show you what the surrounding environment looks like. It's worth noting that you see the subject site in red. Immediately north of us, you see the PUD 1774. In that, the City Council just about 2 months ago approved that PUD, and that PUD has 140 acres of half-acre lots. Immediately to the east, you have both 1 acre lots and half-acre lots, and when you get east of there, you have, again, 1 acre lots, 6,000 square foot lots. So when we came in and we designed this PUD, we looked around us and saw half-acre lots to the north, half-acre lots to the east, and so our intention was to be somewhere in that middle, and that's why we ended up at the 1 acre lots. We're probably going to end up between 30 and 35 lots when it's all said and done, which are certainly compatible with not only the built environment, but the recent approvals that this City Council has granted to the various property owners in this area. We did have a neighborhood meeting prior to the Planning Commission with the neighbors. It's worth noting that when you look at the neighbors, predominantly came from west of us. Their access point is on Southwest 29th, whereas we will access the arterial to the east. And so our access points are, about a half mile or so away from each other. It was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. Ms. Mary Coffey, who's the Planning Commission member for Ward 3, was heavily involved in the discussions and was the one that made the motion to approve. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we would ask for your approval.
Move forward and abstain.
Okay. I don't see any questions, so we'll hear from Mr. Cook, Brian Cook.
Thank you. Well, I was just representing those residents that opposed. On the list there, it doesn't go all the way up to the top unless they've bought that property, but this is all the residents that I had sign when we were polling the residents around the area. This quarter section has been developed out other than this pasture area, and these are all 5-acre farms that people have moved into and are retiring to. A big portion of us have livestock and animals. And, but we're just opposing this because they're asking to rezone and they haven't done any perk tests, or this is getting city water but no city sewer. And they haven't done any studies on there's a waterway through the area. There's been drainage issues constantly, and they haven't done any of those. We just felt like that there should be some due diligence on evaluating before they try to rezone this area. All the 5 acres around is what it is right now, other than this one farm that they're wanting to change. They even want to amend it a little bit further because they're wanting to move it from AA to, which is 5% coverage of the lot, and it's normally RAs 30 to 45, and they're wanting to modify it to 50%. They're wanting to move open space from 30% on the RA to no requirements from open space. And so a lot of us have concerns because we all live, and this is right in the center of our property, or where our little community. This has been developed out other than that pasture right in the middle where the horses of the farm reside. And like I said, here's the list of all the residents. And so we're just concerned that our open space is going to be, they initially presented 28 homes with no drainage plan on the proposal to us. And, we also did discuss with them, and, we brought up, a green zone or a setback from our properties. But, they were, it didn't feel like they wanted to do the green zone, and so the residents were a little bit, so we just completely opposed the staff at the Planning Commission, the staff report, actually recommended to deny the amendment, and so we had other residents show up. We were a little bit disheartened by the fact that we had one of the few that had residents show up. The staff recommended denial, and we had kind of went through several things, and they still passed it. But we just wanted to voice our opposition to this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Box.
Two things briefly. On the drainage, so we will obviously have to meet whatever Public Works requires us to do. At the zoning phase, it's a bit premature to spend the money necessary for a drainage study. As we go to plat these lots, the detailed drainage study will have to be performed to see how many lots we can actually get, what the elevations of those homes end up being. And on the PERT test, we certainly haven't. However, the private on-site sanitary sewer within the exclusive jurisdiction of the ODEQ. So we will have to get those permitted through DEQ, meet all state regulations as it relates to those on-site private sanitary sewer solutions for each lot. So we will do all that at the time that we go through the plotting phase.
What was the reason that the Planning Commission did not accept the recommendation of the staff?
Well, I think two things primarily. One, if you look at this area of Oklahoma City is growing significantly for a couple reasons. One, you obviously have schools, Mustang schools, but the turnpike has a full interchange just 1.5 miles from this site. So that new turnpike is changing the dynamic of this area, I think in a positive way. We're going to have more commercial, we're going to have more residential. All of those things are why that and the recent approvals. If 1 acre lots aren't appropriate, which we obviously think they are, then it's confusing why the 140 acres of half-acre lots were approved just about 8 weeks ago by the city council. So since we are twice the size of the lots approved in that PUD and a fraction of the size of the overall development, these lots are compatible and bigger than what's been approved east and north of us.
I have a question. So I guess, yeah, my question for, I guess it would be planning staff. I assume that what was north of here was recommended for approval by staff, whereas this was recommended for denial. So I'd be curious what the difference from the planning staff's perspective.
North was actually recommended for denial as well.
Oh, it was?
It was.
Okay, well, I guess there's that.
Any further comments or questions?
Yes. Thank you, Councilman. Does anyone have a good enough memory to know why the Ward 2 Planning Commissioner Powers voted no against this particular proposal?
Well, are you asking me?
Like I said, anyone with a good memory, so if that's you, speak up.
I think she wanted more discussion to take place between us and the neighbors. We had one meeting. After that one meeting, we had a second meeting scheduled, and the neighbors on the eve of the meeting canceled the meeting. I'm happy to share all the email correspondence I have, basically begging them to meet. They refused, saying, we won't accept anything other than 5-acre lots. I responded once again, imploring them to meet. I said, I think it's the Planning Commission will want us to meet. Given the nature of the zoning cases that have happened recently, I think the 1-acre lots are reasonable. They're going to want us to meet. Ms. Powers is a neighborhood advocate, and she is always on the side of continuing cases to try to meet and meet and meet. It became clear to me, and I shared with the Planning Commission, based upon the refusal to meet, that we kind of were where we were. And the question was subject and ripe to be voted on by the Planning Commission, and it was.
Okay.
If I understand it correctly, David, you offered to meet after the first meeting, and the neighbors decided they did not want to meet. They did not see that was a productive use of their time. Is that correct?
Yeah, in fact, we had a meeting scheduled. We had a Zoom meeting scheduled an hour or two prior to that meeting. I received an email canceling the meeting, saying that they would not be there, which is fine. So we proceeded on the next week to Planning Commission. And like I said, Ms. Coffey was involved in those discussions on the email chain. And, you know, at the Planning Commission, there was a lot of discussion about the openness and, you know, their desire to have that field remain. And, you know, Mary Coffey is perhaps uniquely positioned to weigh in on those matters, given that she has a home that was on the Westbury Golf Course. The Westbury Golf Course is no longer a golf course. It was rezoned and it's being redeveloped for high-density residential. And so she made a comment that, you know, I really enjoyed the field and the golf course behind my house, but things change. And now it's going to be, there's apartments and duplexes. So things are subject to change if you don't own the property. So although they enjoyed the open space and the view that they perhaps had through the field, it is not theirs. It is somebody else's. And what the somebody else is asking for is compatible and in line with a string of zoning cases that have gone on in Ward 3 over the last several years.
Thank you, sir. Would the protestant like to make a few comments before we move forward?
Well, I will say that at the first meeting, we didn't get a feeling that there was a lot of give and take. Some of our older residents were very frustrated with, you know, they would make, you know, comments and it was downplayed. They wanted the green belt, and then it was, no, who's going to take care of it? And it was always, when we came up with, when one of them would put out a suggestion, it was always downplaying it. We felt like with the Planning Commission, we don't have a problem with them developing it out in larger acres. You know, we would love to see 5 acres in there. That's not a big problem, because when you look at how it's been developed out and that area, we're not saying we want it to remain just an open field. But putting 28 homes or 32 right in the middle of that area is a big difference than what everybody else that kind of moved into this area. We have animals up to our fence. I mean, it's and we understand the March of Progress, and we understand in that east corner of even putting that in. But this is a section that we all have kind of established, and this is right in the middle of us. And you are asking to put a brand new, now, you know, as part of our things, we're concerned about, they're getting city water, but are they going to water their lawns with city water? Are they going to drill wells and have 28 new people in that area drilling wells? You know, we're going to have 28 to 32 new septic systems right in the middle of us. There's been no, you're asking for this, and there's been no drainage studies. He says he was going to do it, you know, before, but there's already drainage issues in the area. And so we felt like that there should be more of this hashed out, and especially when we reviewed the staff's report on recommending denial, we felt like with us kind of reviewing and coming to the Planning Commission, our mood should be trying to not want the 1 acre lots. And that's how we kind of presented it. No one came away from the initial meeting with any sense that, other than maybe a fence that they might want to put around it, would be agreeable. So a lot of the residents just didn't, you know, just felt like that they were put off, and at the end it was commented that they felt like it was a waste of time. Let's do another meeting. Everybody took out their time to go to that meeting, and we were put off by that. So that's the reason why we pushed with the Planning Commission to just get the denial, since it was in accordance with what the staff recommendations were. So, thank you.
Is there somebody here from staff that could speak to their position at this particular point?
Hi, sorry, first timer. Jeff Butler, Planning Director. Could you repeat that question for me, please?
Well, as you've heard, Jeff, The Planning Commission in their report recommended that this particular rezoning not be accomplished. And then there was a meeting held, and Mary Coffey, one of the experienced members of the Planning Commission, gave a recommendation to allow the rezoning to take place. So we have a little split on the Planning Commission. And I would like to know what the Planning Commission's status right now is before we move forward one way or the other.
I don't recall the Planning Commission's, what the vote actually was. I do recall that what they were thinking at the time, there were some who, as far as the recommendation goes and the planning, the comprehensive plan interpretation was that the lots would be too small. So the guideline in Plan OKC is that, when you have 5-acre lots and there's development proposed next to those, what would be appropriate is about 2 acres at kind of the smallest. So that's kind of the general guideline, and since these were significantly smaller than 2 acres, the recommendation was for denial. Some commissioners feel like it's okay to go below that to 1 acre, or in some cases even lower. But it all comes down to their opinions on what's appropriate next to these 5-acre lots. As far as staff's interpretation of the plan, it was based on the fact that this is in the middle, it is surrounded by 5-acre lots, and so that was the reason behind our recommendation. Hopefully that helps. Can I answer any other questions?
Do any of the council have a question?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you. So the sewer concerns, what do we know about that in terms of what the resident is inquiring?
The sewer, we often do have concerns. We like to see lots an acre or larger when it comes to sewer. That wasn't necessarily a reason for denial. It was just or our recommendation anyway. It was just really the lot size and the compatibility.
And then drainage, what do we know about the concerns the resident has raised?
The drainage is something that typically is addressed later, a little bit later down the road when it comes to the site development planning.
I see you want to speak.
Before David speaks, just so you know.
Oh, please.
The drainage and the water, all of that is handled before the final thing is approved. And it will meet all the specifications of the state and the local drainage and water usage,
So we're happy to amend the application today to require a fencing along the western boundary of our PUD, if that is something that, the neighbor had mentioned that. So we're happy to amend today to require a site-proof fence along the western side of the PUD as each lot develops.
Would the applicant for the last, I hope this is the last time. Thank you for your patience. I like to do these things before they come to council, and neither side had requested a meeting with me, and so we're doing this at the last minute, and thank you for your patience. Yes. As I listen to what's been talked about, there's a couple of issues. One issue deals with drainage. That will be addressed before the thing gets finalized. And there's also one with sewage, and that will also be handled. That meets the state specifications for a property that does not have city sewer service. So both of those would be totally addressed. The applicant has offered to fence a portion of the property, and you had mentioned that in yours. Given what the applicant has said he would do and the addition of the fencing, would you be inclined to approve it, or do you want another meeting, or what is your preference?
Because some of our concerns, I guess, we're not all as informed about the process, but we felt like it seems like sometimes approving a change when you don't even know you're going to get that, changing the PUD on it before you even know that you're going to be able to put those 32 homes or 28 homes on there, to me sometimes seems premature. And we'd be willing to meet some more and talk with them, but we just had concerns that we didn't feel like, we just feel like what the staff reported, that the 2 acre or bigger, we'd prefer 5, but would be more along the lines of the area and the open space. And they're wanting to modify the RA even further in their modification, so there's no requirement on open space. Some of ours were also brought about how many buildings they could have on there and setback from our property, their buildings and their houses. So we would be willing to kind of talk with them more, but we also wanted some of the other issues addressed before the changing of this zoning. And we just felt like, you know, one should be done before the other. And that's just how we felt. And that's the reason why we opposed the planning at the Planning Commission. And we had, my girlfriend spoke, and a friend down the street, one of the older couples spoke. They all came to talk about our little community in that corner. It's a small one, but it's ours. And this is just right in the middle, and that's the reason why we're fighting for this. So.
Councilman,
Hey,
I have a question.
Thank you.
So we will have to plat, notice gets.
David, pull the mic down for me. I don't think it's on, but.
So this will have to be platted. Notice gets sent on platting. We can commit that prior to Planning Commission on the preliminary plat, we will have another meeting. There'll have to be a prelim plat, a final plat, all of which are noticed, all of which are public hearings. We commit to go have whatever meetings necessary. That's when we'll have the details about drainage. That's when we'll have the specific details about our DEQ permits and applications on the on-site sanitary sewer solutions. So we can certainly do that.
Would the fencing be in there also?
We will, what we're proposing to do is to obviously ask you to amend the PUD today to require that fencing along the western line as each lot develops. And at that time, we'll be able to tell them which lots will be first to develop, and therefore when that fencing would occur. I think their concern is obviously when those lots along the western line develop, that's when they'd like to see the fencing. That's what the intent of the amendment to the PUD would be.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, after listening to everything, I know generally we defer to the council person representing a particular ward. Seeing Ward 2's planning commissioner voice, you know, a no vote and concerns, and specifically because, you know, wanting to hear more conversation between the neighbors and the applicant. I think in its current state, it's difficult for me to support. I would happily be able to revisit this item should there be more conversation before an approval between the applicant and the neighborhood. But as it stands, I have some concerns, especially considering the staff's comments on this one. So appreciate your consideration.
Other comments from council? Quite frankly, in listening to it, I'm sympathetic toward the neighbors. The concessions and the stipulations that the applicant has articulated today address the key issues that he brought up. So unless there's not for any further questions, I move for approval with the addition of the fencing.
So you will want to move to amend the PUD to include that fencing requirement.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the first motion, is a motion to amend the PUD. Okay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
One second, I'm having a problem.
Okay. It says you voted. Sure. But it's still, there we go. The amendment passes 8-1. Okay.
And then we have the,
Now you want to move the item as amended?
yes, sir.
Okay, is that correct? Is that what you're looking for? Okay. Got a motion, do we have a second on that?
May I speak just briefly?
Sure.
So I voted to amend it to make it a bit better. Sounds like it's going to be a bit better, but I still have major reservations about it, so that's why I won't be voting to approve it in its final form. So thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the item as amended. Cast your votes. Passes 6-3.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we are on item 9A7. This is at 11300 West Britton Road, going from R1 to PUD 1780. Councilman Griner?
Yeah, this PUD adds commercial uses to the corner of Britton and Mustang. Staff recommended approval, Planning Commission recommended approval, but there were a lot of TEs. I was just making sure that the applicant has agreed to all those TEs. I'm not sure is the applicant here? Is it? Yeah.
Good morning, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. We did agree to the TEs. The PUD has been amended per those, and we would ask for your approval.
Cool. So does anybody have any questions? No? All right, well, I will move for approval then.
Got a motion and a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 9A8 is at 2246 Northwest 36, going from R1 to SPUD 1252. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is the applicant present, or is anyone signed up to speak?
He's available for comments if necessary. David Hornbeek.
Yeah, if you'd like to just speak about the project briefly, that'd be great.
Oh, I think he's saying, yeah, he'd like you to come speak.
Your Honor, esteemed councilman, thank you for having me back so soon. I apologize with the muffled sound and the even the audio as it is. I did not hear that you asked me to come up, so.
You're fine.
All right. How can I help you?
Just a little bit, if you wanted to tell us a little bit about the project.
Well, it is, I believe, 6 residential lots that we want to divide, create a SPUD, and put 10 residential units on it. We were going to suggest that we bring access down the center of the property, have all of the driveways come in off of that central access, but the homes on 36th Street, their front doors will face 36th Street, so they'll continue that existing fabric that already occurs, and that setback matches the existing setback on 36th Street as well. The site currently has, I don't know how it got on there, but it has a commercial building that's either alterations or nails or something that is it non-compliant, or I'm trying to remember the term for a building that is commercial in a residentially zoned area. And the units on the south side, they will also face the new access. They will not face the alley. And then each one of the units also has an exterior upper deck. The living room and the master bedroom are upstairs, and both of them have access to that deck. The deck on the south units look out to the new access, and the deck on the north units that face 36, that deck is on 36th Street. You can kind of see that in the image above you. Each unit is about 1,000 square feet. It is intended to be as affordable as new construction costs can allow it, Mr. Cooper. But new construction costs are much higher than existing residential costs in there at this time.
Yeah, and on just specifically that note, thank you for the context. You know, that was something I spoke with.
You probably spoke with Amy.
That's right.
Amy Dunn.
Who also is a resident in that particular neighborhood, right? And my concern, as it always is displacement and cost. So I did some calculations, so did Amy. And first, thank you all for your forthright just comment on how much the price point you all are kind of looking at here. And so looking at Experian.com and stuff like that and looking to a calculator, while this would be in the upper end of the middle class spectrum that is Oklahoma, it is within middle class. Remember, middle class incomes are about $30,000 to about $85,000 a year in Oklahoma. And someone who makes around that upper part of that would be able to afford what you all are doing.
That is correct, sir.
And so that is very important to me, though I'm not as excited about that upper part, but it's still within middle class, so I'm okay with it. Because one of my major concerns is just building things where you have to have a $200,000, $500,000 a year income to be able to afford to live there. I like the idea of mixed income, but I worry very often or too often, we're building stuff that meets that upper class and not necessarily the folk who are within that middle class range. So I applaud you all for trying to find a way to stay within there. So that was my concern. I'm also thank you for you all lining 36th Street in front of where you're putting those front doors that are facing 36, putting sidewalks, and then you're gonna have those trees in the lawns to provide some shade. I think that's very important. You're doing that again on the western border.
And Young's as well, yes.
It really means a lot. And then in my mind, this project is happening along the same time as another item on this agenda, which is the placemaking street enhancement project for 39th Street District. So that walkability component, someone being able to walk from here over to 39th Street, I think is very important. So, or wherever they might need to walk. So with that, I would move for approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. When you are able. Passes unanimously.
Thank you for your affirmation of this project.
Thank you, David. All right, 989. This is at 2410 Northeast 23rd, going from SPUD 718 to SPUD 1262. Councilwoman Nice, we do have the applicant and the applicant's attorney, as well as a citizen who signed up to speak.
Well, if you don't mind, we'll hear from the applicant and attorney.
Good morning, council. I represent Teresa Taylor. She's the applicant. My name is Jason Lowe. Address is 228 Robert S. Kerr, Suite 630. I represent the applicant pro bono. She's also my constituent. I represent House District 97. This project is in House District 97. I believe it's a great project in the sense that it brings economic development, it brings jobs. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this project. There were no protests, so we seek approval by this council.
Ms. Taylor, did you have any comments?
Oklahoma City. I did leave because my mom remarried and ended up going to school in Germany, so I left, came back. And I just realized that there's just still so much more that needs to be done. I am a realtor at Keller Williams. I've been a realtor for 13 years, came in at the worst time ever, 2008. And I actually literally sold pro bono homes for individuals that just didn't know what to do. But this building will be to educate the neighborhood, to adopt the neighborhood and teach home beautification and educate on insurance and all the above and giving back to our community.
Are there any questions? I know we have a citizen to be heard.
questions? Nice to see you, Representative Lowe. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Welcome to City Hall.
All right, Michael Washington.
Ma'am, I don't know you. I know this young man here for a while. Yes, you say it's going to be do what now? The purpose of the building is to educate, better the community.
Yeah, so you also know I am a product of Clara Looper. That is my aunt. The reason why I'm not really known because of the fact that I left the country, okay, but I came back. But then also, like I said, it will be to house different businesses that will be able to educate our community. So I have contractors, because I am a realtor, and then also my real estate dad is Pete Reeser. And so what we decided to do was to have some of our contractors who I've been working with, who have said that if we wanted to do events on a weekend to teach individuals that you can landscape your home for $50, or the importance of why you should have insurance that is, a lot of times they don't have the proper insurance. It won't be a full replacement. It might be just insurance, and then they come to me and say, Ms. Taylor, for some reason my roofing won't be done, and the insurance companies say I owe $7,000. Then I have to explain to them why. Those things that they're just not educated to know, to understand why is it that your heating and air unit that you have at your home is not lasting, because you don't even understand that we need to service those things. So it's going to be about that, and then also teaching the kids to come in and learn. I have 4 children. My oldest one graduated from Indiana University in the Navy, one that graduated from OU, getting ready to come back and do her master's, one at Vanderbilt University, and one that's at UCO, who's supposed to be a student at Penn State. So for me, my Aunt Clara used to always say, you either pay on the front side or the back side in life. And so I want to be able to come into the community, find out what are these kids doing? What can we do to teach them to want more, to study, to learn in school and take it seriously? I laugh, it's not ha-ha funny, but coronavirus, if this hasn't taught parents to learn and respect the teachers more, and then the students to understand the importance of education, I don't know what it has done. But my job is to come in and awaken the northeast side of Oklahoma City and say, hey, we can do this, let's do it together. And I do also live in Forest Park, so it's not like I live in Edmond. I live in Forest Park. But again, my job or my goal is to come in and be the voice of my Aunt Clara, which I thank God that the land is even in the Clara Looper corridor, which is something that it really means to me. And then also having a grandfather who was an original Tuskegee Airman. These are things that was very important to me, is to give back and make something of yourself and do great things.
Oh, thank you. I tell you, that's very convincing now. I mean, when you say that, especially teaching our children.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would have to be a fool on the highest planet not to recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's what we've been missing on the east side with these businesses coming over.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been, I'm going to come over, I'm going to take the money out and go back across town and things of this nature. I'm trying to speak in a young man, thank you. And the purpose of it is, again, ma'am, I think that this is a good idea. And again, it's out on a stretch of land on 23rd Street. That would be, yeah, I mean, that's not really intertwining into the, neighborhood district type thing. And even if it was, it wouldn't be a problem. Can I see that picture again where she had it, the building itself? Yeah, no, the building. Yeah, like that. Now, are those going to be office space for everyone?
There will.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I kind of like the idea of that, because like I say, you being a niece of Clara Loop, again, I preserve the Historic Freedom Center on my own. So again, we're going to be clearing that up. So because you did that, I think that's a good idea to have that over there. So again, y'all, let me say this here, that 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Oh, let me go, man. Thank y'all very much.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman?
I'm glad we actually got the approval of Michael Washington. So. Let me say thank you to both of you, and to Ms. Taylor, thank you for your intentional development for the community. And I know we have had conversations about what you were wanting to do and incorporating the ideas of of what has taken place as far as the healthy neighborhood overlay and encompassing, even in this development, healthy options for the community when it comes to food access. So, for a lot of you who may not know, this is the piece of property where originally there was going to be a Dollar General. And we said, no, 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 we're not doing that unless you can bring full access with food and fresh vegetable options with it. And they said no. So therefore, we said no. But now we have something very intentional that will be given back to the community for their own development and growth. So thank you for that. And with that, I ask for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes.
Mayor, I do have one comment.
Okay, we're kind of voting, but okay.
You say these things quick, I don't know. No, I also am very happy to hear about this project. My ask would be that as the Clara Looper Corridor project in MAPS 4, as that beautification project gets underway, it sounds to me like you would be the exact person who should probably be working with East End and Councilwoman Nice to make sure that the residents who live there right now are able to be the one to enjoy the investments that are coming in terms of placemaking along 23rd Street. So that's my only ask.
And to your point, we also were working through the connection of the Katy Trail because it was supposed to happen on this piece of property before with the previous development. He was gracious enough to say whatever I can do to help in that effort, but I understand we have made some other plans in order to connect the Katy Trail, but also, you know, even with that, there were plans to make sure that we're connecting the community in those efforts as well.
Thank you.
All right, I guess we were in the middle of a vote. There we go. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Council. Thank you, Nikki.
All right. Okay, so that was item 9A9, which brings us to item 9B, which was previously deferred. So we will move on to item 9C. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval. It is at 201 Northeast 14th Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1170. It's been deferred several times. It has 52% protest, meaning that it would require 7 votes for approval. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I know we have some of the neighbors here, and I appreciate them for coming, but what I would like to do with this particular project, and I hope you all are okay with this, I would like to deny this application. And the reason I am asking that we do that is because we have tried to talk to Mr. Iqbal. We've had at least 4 different conversations over the summer with the neighbors, and that is why we have deferred it as many times as we had to work with the developer in order for this to benefit and the community and the neighbors to be comfortable with this development. So he did agree that he would scale it down from what we have presented here, but he has not changed the application to reflect that. So therefore, I am going to ask that we deny this particular application. And if you still would like to speak, please do. But I do ask that we unanimously deny this application.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for denial. There are 3 people who signed up to speak, presumably in protest. Are you okay not speaking, pending what happens with the vote? Okay. All right, then we will go ahead and take the vote to deny. So a yes vote is to deny the application, is essentially a no to the application. So cast your votes. The denial passes unanimously. Okay. That brings us to item 9D. These are ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval. Item 9D1 is to close a portion of Southwest 7th, west of South Chartel. This was deferred from November 10th. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, this is another in a series of parcels being being closed near the railroad, so I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9D2 is to close a portion of Northwest 3rd Street and the east-west alley right-of-way east of North Chartel and south of Northwest 4th. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, this is just kind of aggregating all of these lots to assist the development happening at 4th and Chartel. You all might remember that we are using some bond monies for workforce affordable housing, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. 9D3 is to close utility easements within the Millwood Public School campus east of North MLK. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, this application is for the development of their facility, and this is what we need to do in order for them to continue that process. So I'll move for approval.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 9E. This is an ordinance on final hearing relating to pre-qualification of contractors. We had a presentation on this 2 meetings ago, then we had a public hearing. Today is potential final consideration. What does the council wish to do with the proposed ordinance change?
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we've got a question from Councilwoman Nice.
How will we continue to educate the community on this update? Is there going to be maybe a presentation we can put online for people to understand, realize through our Public Works Department?
Yeah, I'll see if we can get Eric out here, Eric Winger, our Public Works Director, to give more information. But I know that we have communication, constant communication with the contractors, and I'll just make sure of what that will be.
And I understand that, but I think this is a time for us to educate the general public, not just the people who have been engaged in the process, because this is a new area for a lot of folks who probably hadn't been able to be engaged before.
Right.
So I would like to figure out if there is a possibility or how we can incorporate some type of educational component as far as, again, even if it's a short video of what this means, what this looks like, and who can now qualify, and post it, if not to our YouTube, to all of our social media. So therefore, our residents and our community understands that this is new and we want as many people to be engaged in this process as possible.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. I think in response to that, the actual ordinance change that we're proposing today that you had the final vote on is going to just change from a licensing process to a pre-qualification process. If you recall, we have sidewalk qualified contractors that are working today under a city license that don't fall under the purview of the Pre-Qualification Review Board. We're maintaining all of their current fees and rates and structures, and so we're going to be converting them to a pre-qualification. But to outreach, one of the things that we're planning to have presented to you very soon is the Local Business Utilization Program, which again is going to have some outreach opportunities. You have not seen that at the council level yet. We've had some brief discussions about that coming to you very soon. But I think that's where we'll have those better outreach opportunities for small, disadvantaged, and other contractors in Oklahoma City. But the two can work together. So a lot of the same staff that are part of the Pre-Qualification Review Board are also going to be participating on the local business utilization for small and disadvantaged businesses. So let us bring that to you coming forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll be looking forward to that. But also, if you'll consider, again, incorporating maybe some type of video or in order to educate generally for those who have no idea how to do, we've done the how to do business with the city conversations many times,
Right.
but to me, now that we're doing an ordinance change, this is a whole different conversation. So how do we incorporate the folks all around who may have these skill sets and didn't know that they could pre-qualify or be engaged?
But we agree, and we want to bring that to you very soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments on the item? If not, what does the council wish to do with the proposal?
Yeah, Madam
Oh, we had a motion? Oh, okay. Do we have a second? Got a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to 9F. This is the public hearing regarding an ordinance change relating to personnel and retirement systems. This was explained at our previous meeting. It's really a terminology change in the name of our department and the related positions. This is merely the public hearing. Has anyone signed up to speak today on this public hearing? Francis?
No, sir.
All right. Seeing no speakers in this public hearing, we will close it and move on to item 9G1. This is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. Has anyone signed up to speak here, Francis?
I have, Mayor,
Yes.
item B and item D.
Mm-hmm.
If you will allow me, I'd like to defer those items. And fortunately and unfortunately, I've been in contact with these folks, but they haven't been in contact with our staff. So I want to make sure those conversations continue.
Okay, you're wishing to defer it to the next meeting?
Please.
Francis, can we take both deferrals with one motion? Yes. Okay, so there's a motion to defer items 9G, 1B, and D to our next council meeting in 2 weeks. Is there a second? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
And Mayor, I just noticed that on the items that we struck, we called it item A, was stricken because the owner had secured, and item A is actually the 2516 North Kate Avenue. Oh, under the H. I'm sorry. I apologize.
On the
I
next one?
apologize.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that then. Item for deferral, the deferral motion passes 7-1, which brings us to 9G2, that was the resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated except for those just deferred. Do we have a motion on that? Got a motion and a second to adopt the item at 9G2. Cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. Okay, so 9H1, you're saying that the item just deferred from 9G has already, at least one of them, has already been struck.
Yes.
Okay, is the other item that was deferred on
It is.
G also here?
Yes.
But it was not struck?
It is struck.
It was struck.
The H and IA, is that date, is that
They're
one?
different. That's what
I
I
don't-
think will one is a detached garage and one is a house.
I don't see 26, 29 Northeast 21st on this list, so no need to address it, although it does appear on I. We'll get to that in a minute, I guess. Okay, but we're still on H.
Oh, gotcha.
9H1 is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed. Has anyone signed up to speak? Nope. All right. So I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9H2 declaring that the structures are unsecured except for the ones previously struck. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you can. Passes unanimously. Okay, 9I1, item A was struck already.
It was struck.
But item C, which matches up from the previously deferred item, has not been struck, and therefore, Councilwoman Nice, would you like to defer it as well?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion to defer item 9I1C to our council meeting in 2 weeks. Is there a second? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9I1 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those struck or previously deferred. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak? No, sir. They have not, so we will move on, and I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9I2 declaring that the buildings are abandoned, except for those previously struck or deferred. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes as soon as you are given that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, we are now at 9J, this is a resolution amending the coronavirus relief funds plan and the subcategory allocations contained therein. Mr. City Manager.
This was the companion item with the agreement that we talked about with Oklahoma City Schools, and so this just amends the plan to reflect that in the category. It creates a new category that will be public entity mitigation measures. And what we did was we reduced $1 million out of our reserve on the COVID-19 response, on medical response, down to $4,580,000, and then we created the $1 million in that category. So this just amends to align with that agreement that we talked about earlier.
Okay.
City Manager?
Yes.
And I spoke with council staff about this. Would it be possible to, and Kenny Sudol, City Manager Sudol, had a version of this at the previous council meeting, but would it be possible to get like infographics that the 3 different pots of money between testing, et cetera?
Sure.
Infographics so that we as council are very clear on, of this $114 million, where we've allocated, and then moreover, the funds as they related to the economic development when it came to the grants, technical assistance, these things. Because, well, first, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
We can get that information for you.
Thank you, because I would like to share that again on social media with folks so that they can see what we at the local level have done to respond to this pandemic. Specifically, I mean, hopefully, could we get it before the end of the year? I'd like to be able to show that,
Sure.
you know, as we close out the year. Thank you so much.
We'll get that for you.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you can. Passes unanimously. Item 9K was previously struck, which brings us to 9L1 and 2. 9L1 authorizes the municipal council to file an appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States in the case of McCraw v. City of OKC. Item 9L2 is a potential executive session. Maybe before we get to potential executive session and/or votes, there is a citizen who signed up to speak, and why don't we handle that up front? Mark Falk. And Mr. Falk, if you wouldn't mind stating your name, address, and keep your remarks to 3 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Mark Falk. My address is 803 Northwest 32nd Street, Oklahoma City. And I'm here to speak today about the panhandling ordinance that just won't seem to die. I don't really understand why I'm here. I don't know why this is on the agenda nearly every week. I don't understand how a city that professes to be and takes pride in being a big league city has more recently become, I believe, an oppressive city. I believe that underneath the veneer, we've become a city of oppression and hatred. We treat our homeless people like criminals instead of with dignity. We have lost this case in the Court of Appeals. I'm a plaintiff on this case. As much as I would love to be a plaintiff on a Supreme Court case, what I would love more is that instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars more in legal fees to on a national level look like a city of hatred and oppression, that we take that money and tackle the root cause of this. While we gentrify neighborhoods and shove out low-income people out of their homes, we increase homelessness. We have a police department that tear gases people in the streets for peaceful protesting and killed a 15-year-old child who was unarmed after he complied with their orders. This is the police department that would also be in charge of dealing with the homeless population. Is there a pattern here that you see? A city that I believe was the city that was kind and compassionate and that I was proud to call my home now feels like a city that wants to sweep its most vulnerable citizens under the rug. Many of you weren't even here. You weren't even here when this was pushed through. It clearly lost. If you read the court case, you lost. You lost beyond the scope of what the actual lawsuit was. I am telling you, you will lose again. But more than that, our reputation will take yet another hit. Yet another hit. I just implore you to finally do the right thing, to show some compassion, to take this lawsuit and bury it once and for all, and take that money that would have been spent on that lawsuit and spend it on helping the people who are in the streets, the people we are displacing during COVID, the people we are displacing as they lose their homes, as we gentrify other areas of our city. I just ask you to take that path of compassion. This should not be on this agenda every other week or every week. It makes no sense. It makes zero sense. And what I want you to know is this. You will lose in the Supreme Court. You will make national headlines. You will be yet again a laughing stock.
Thank you, Mr. Falk.
And I just implore us to go back to being the kind and compassionate people that I know we can be. Thank you.
Thank you. So in regards to the potential for executive session, I don't believe the attorneys have requested that, but if there is any council member who wishes to discuss the item, you'd like to go to executive session?
But the attorneys have also requested it in light of some activity that's occurred in the case.
Okay. All right. That was specifically the opposite of that was told to me, so go ahead.
Yeah, that's my fault. So that's been clarified since yesterday.
All right. Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion to do executive session, which we'll handle at the other end of our other business?
I'll move we go into executive session, please.
Got a motion and a second? Pat, cast your votes. Motion to go into executive session passes 6-2. And so we will handle that at the conclusion of our other business, at which time we may return and may vote on item 9L1. Okay, now we have a specific request to go into executive session. This is item 9M. This would be an executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications from its attorney concerning the race discrimination of Ruben Lucchese. Do we have a motion on that?
Move we go into executive session, please.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Again, we will handle that as well at the conclusion of our other business. 10A is a claim recommended for approval. I don't believe we need executive session. Do we wish to take a motion on 10A1?
Mayor, is this the one we deferred?
This is one of the two we deferred.
One of the two was struck, but item B still remains.
Okay.
I'd move approval of item B.
Okay. Got a motion. Is there a second? And a second. Cast your votes as soon as you have the opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, items from council. Ward 1 is not here. Ward 2?
Yes, I'd like to say thank you to the Boys and Girls Club, which calls Ward 2 home. I'd like to say thank you to their leadership and the leadership at Sisu Youth, and to our council staff, Chief Staff Boyd Fulton, for arranging a meeting. I had asked Boyd to set up a meeting between myself, representatives from Sisu, and the Boys and Girls Club so that we could start talking about how we can connect youth between the two service providers. This really came to my mind because of at the previous council meeting where we approved for Sisu Youth their new building that they're going to be renovating at 30th and Penn around Cashin. And so in my mind, as I think about the revisions to Bike Walk OKC, those conversations that are going to happen at the start of the year, in my mind, replays the conversations I had when I was knocking doors with residents along 30th Street who really want to see sidewalk infrastructure and walkability along that area. And so when I think about some of the investments that are coming with walkability and MAPS 4, I think about what it would look like to have sidewalk infrastructure from 30th and Penn to 30th and Western. And I imagine youth being able to walk safely down that road to the Boys and Girls Club, which is at, as we all know, 36th and Western. But once you got to 30th and Classen, it's not too much more difficult to be able to get to Memorial Park, which is where Boys and Girls Club calls home. So I really want to applaud the folk at Boys and Girls Club in Sisu for sitting with me during a virtual meeting to meet each other. They hadn't had a chance to really talk yet and share what services each of them provide. It was an hour-long virtual conversation, and I have to tell you, by the time it was over, listening to their respective stories about the people they are serving, our children, our youth, who are couch surfing, who have too often found themselves living under overpasses in encampments, to know what Sisu and Boys and Girls Club are doing to meet the needs of our children, And I'm very specific when I use that pronoun, our. They are our children. And I say that as someone with no kids. Every one of the kids who called this city home, I think of them as the city's children. So I just really wanted to thank Boys and Girls Club and Sisu Youth. I'm very excited about the next decade of Oklahoma City in terms of the investments we made regarding homelessness and MAPS 4 that voters approved. And I'm very excited to have been participating even more recently in other virtual meetings as a member of the Mayor's Homelessness Task Force. Again, meetings with Sisu Youth as we talk about what we're going to propose in terms of transitioning housing for youth, for instance. Homelessness is always something very, very, very much on my mind. And so that's been some of the work I've been doing in the last couple weeks. I also wanted to say thanks to the folk in the Britton District for inviting me to grab a cup of coffee, actually a latte at Brew Brothers in the old Owl Court on historic Route 66. And in the Britton District, where Councilwoman Nice and I both have the honor of representing a single district. Young man out there just doing some of the coolest work with coffee, and I'm very excited to see what's next for him, particularly as, again, MAPS 4 makes those investments in the revitalization of historic Britton District. And as a business owner, he's very, very interested in, again, serving specifically the residents who live in proximity to that area, who have long called that part of town home. So I'm very excited to see what the next decade looks like for the Britton District. And I also wanted to say congratulations to Putnam Heights, who I believe had a bit of a Christmas ceremony where they got some new brick markers. And so, yeah, that's what I got. So thank you very much.
Last night it was a pleasure to be able to sit in on a teleconference at Musgrave Pennington, where they were debating the exciting issue of a new set of bylaws. And as I sat there and listened and reflected back years ago, when the last time that organization had a meeting like this, it was open chaos and mayhem. It was great to see the maturity and the growth in that organization, and my congratulations to them. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ward 4? I'm good, Mayor, thank you. Ward 6? Ward 7?
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to say that it's very unfortunate where we are with our COVID numbers and just the names and the faces that are no longer with us. And I obviously, for those who it hasn't hit your front door yet. Just, it seems that it may happen sooner than later, and that's the unfortunate part of what's happening around us. And let me say, if you have not been tested yet, keep yourself safe, because that is a painful process to go through that. So, and to those recovering, obviously, we will continue to keep you in our thoughts. And I just wanted to, I know there are many names and many faces, especially throughout all of our city, specifically Northeast Oklahoma City. But I just want to make mention of two that I have had the pleasure of knowing, and they passed away within the last couple weeks of COVID, due to COVID complications. And one was Dr. Melvin Todd. And for those who may not know who Dr. Todd was the vice principal and then the principal of Northeast High School during desegregation of the Oklahoma City Public Schools. So he was the first African-American principal at Northeast. And I can't imagine what Dr. Todd had to go through during that time frame of desegregating and integrating our public school systems. And one of the, I'm on a Northeast High School student organization Facebook group, and they made mention about the fact that he led the faculty and students through the fraught times and significantly impacted who those students during that time frame became. So I think that obviously speaks to his magnitude. But I mention him too because right before COVID hit, my dear friend, who is also a graduate of Northeast High School, she called me because she knew how I'm having a hard time dealing with what took place as far as Northeast is concerned, and how Dr. Todd wanted to, at least he was open to having a conversation about some of the things of how we could honor the legacy of Northeast. So she and I went to his home and talked for over an hour. Talked to him, I learned his wisdom, and he also fed us lunch, and I left with a little bottle of Jell-O that I will never forget. And I don't recall ever meeting Dr. Todd prior to that, but those types of conversations are things that you will never forget, especially to the magnitude of people that have left these types of marks that you will never know about or had never learned about in school. I never knew about him in high school, never knew about his accomplishments, never knew that he was the first African-American principal at my high school. I never knew that. But I had the pleasure to meet him many years later, and I'm thankful for that. But I say that to say, this was a senior that did not leave his home, and he still contracted the virus and passed away. So this is the difficulty of where we are in the numbers and self-care as far as washing our hands, keeping our distance, wearing our face covering, and just being cognizant of others in this process. So obviously my dear thoughts are with him. Another person that I wanted to make mention of is Mr. Andre Head, and he was the genealogist and co-founder of the Black Historical Towns Tours. And he and his wife, they were co-founders of the Coltrane Group, and he graduated from Douglas in 1966, but within the probably last maybe 6, 7 years, they moved back from Seattle, Washington to Oklahoma to set their mark on recognizing and bringing the history and relevance to all Black towns that were once in Oklahoma and the ones that still remain. And I thought it was one of the greatest things ever. A few years ago, they had a conversation with some of the current mayors that are in some of these all Black towns, and that was my first time seeing some of those Black female mayors that are in Oklahoma that represent pieces of our history and our footprint as far as those all Black towns are concerned. And the fact that They, again, were helping to revitalize. I know Boley this past year, actually in February, they had to cancel, they had recognizing the All Black Towns, like a banquet. They had to cancel it from December because we had some ice and snow or something, and they had it in February. And thankfully they did it because they almost canceled that. So, you know, I'm thankful that they were able to push through. But they recognize all of those mayors from these towns. So this is the unselfish act of Mr. Head when it came to being able to recognize those folks and just the history of these places. And I understand his wife is also needing our thoughts because she also contracted the virus, if I'm not mistaken. So our thoughts are truly with the folks and the countless others that we've seen on TV every single day that bring stories to life of the many numbers we continue to see. So it's very unfortunate that we have to continue to say goodbye to people who have truly left their mark in our communities. But I just wanted to mention those two because those are two gentlemen that I had the pleasure of knowing and that I had the pleasure of being in their presence and understanding the impacts of what they were doing and where they were going with the things that they have done. I wanted to also make mention of a couple of other things that are happening in the community. I know through the Department of Human Services, we have our Hope Centers. So I know they're operating right now in a few of our churches, and it's been awesome to see the things that have been taking place in these Hope Centers for our youth, especially for those who are unable to go in the classroom. They're able to find refuge and shelter and be educated, and even a lot of the two that I do know for sure have mental health aspects for some of those young people if they need it, to be able to talk through some of those things. But this Saturday, I will say there's going to be a large giveaway of clothing, anything, all those items at Northeast Missionary Baptist Church. And this Friday at Ebenezer Baptist Church, I understand the governor, as well as some of his cabinet, and some other officials will be there for a giveaway that's going to be occurring on this Friday, and I will also be there with them. So we're looking forward to what our community can receive. This past Saturday there was a giveaway, and people were able to raffle for furniture and take it home. Different pieces of furniture and also food and just items that they could use in their homes. And that's what we need in this time, just that glimmer of hope for a lot of our folks who haven't had it. But as we speak of that hope, I also have some concerns about things that took place on that same day. As we are working through this giveaway, and I was volunteering, and all of a sudden, there was a young man that just walked up. And then, next thing I knew, a phone was being brought to me and was saying, this is 911, talk to them. This young man asked where the pastor was. The pastor said, I am the pastor of this church. And he said, I'm going to kill someone. So therefore, the pastor dialed 911, gave his phone to someone else, and told that young man to bring it to me and talk through to the 911 operator what was taking place. So I did the best that I could with the knowledge that I had of the situation, and I said, there's a young man here. We are doing a giveaway, so there are many people here, and this young man is threatening to harm himself or someone else. Well, got the information. We waited 13 minutes for someone to show up. We don't know if this young man had a weapon where he could have harmed himself and people there. But the issue I have is the fact that we said what was happening, and it took 13 minutes for someone to respond. The other unfortunate piece to this puzzle is the fact that this young man, when an officer arrived, although he was very gracious in his interaction with him, he was handcuffed and taken away. Whereas this type of situation could have been mitigated through us having the resources that we need to ensure that we have conversations or the right people in place that can address this young man's concerns instead of him having to be cut. My heart is broken that he had to be handcuffed and taken away instead of being able to have rehabilitation in this time of whatever may have been stressing him, for him to come and seek, in a lot of aspects, refuge at the church, because he obviously knew where to go because there were people there. But, no slack on our officers, but it's just unfortunate that it took that long for the response. That was one incident. As we continued to work through what was happening in the giveaway, there was an accident. Someone hit someone. It took almost 30 minutes for an officer to show up for that. And by that time, the person who hit the other sped off and drove away. So therefore, we had an incident where you still didn't have any resolve because we couldn't even have a response for what took place in this particular situation. So I say that to say, these are the experiences that we're having in our community, unfortunately. And there has to be something done better about the response and how we proceed in these types of situations. So I am curious to know what happened to this young man, if he was able to seek that rehabilitation. But at the same time, I am a little concerned at the time frame of the response, that we had to wait, and even, again, thank God nothing else happened that could have harmed someone, but what if is really the question as we look at that. So I leave that on our minds, and I'm thankful that we do have places where our community can go if they need help, if they need resources, and we're going to continue to do those things. And I think even the zoning application that we had today proved that this is where we are. We're going to continue to help in those spaces, and we want thoughtful development in our communities, and we want people to be responsive to the needs of resources for the folks that live within our communities as well. And for those who are asking when your trees are going to be picked up, I saw a big old truck on Kelly yesterday, right across from the church, on about 28th and Kelly. So if they haven't hit you yet, I promise you they are on the way. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. Last week, we lost a really special person to COVID-19, Mike McCullough. And for those of you that didn't know him, he was the chief of staff for Andy Coates, and he was the chief of staff for Ron Norick. And his obituary was in the paper Sunday, and I'd encourage you to read that, because what he did for Oklahoma City was transformational. He has so many friends that are grieving right now, and he has a very close-knit family that's grieving right now. And so I just wanted to say this to his friends and his family. Mike McCullough was a special person in so many ways. His smile, his charm, and the way he cared for people. No one ever knew the things that he did without taking any credit. That is what I admired most about Mike McCullough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to city manager reports, item 12.
Yes, sir. We have several presentations on this morning. The first one is Teresa Rose Crook with the Community Cares Resident Support Program. Teresa's executive director at the Communities Foundation of Oklahoma, and then also partnering with us through the Community Cares Partners. So we'll let Teresa give us an update on the program.
Was champion for our city, and he did so much that he left some big shoes for the rest of us to fill. So thank you so much for that that mention. So good morning. It's so nice to be with you, and I am excited to share with you where we are with Community Cares Partners. So this, again, is the residents' CARES dollars that you all dedicated and designated for particular uses. So I've got a couple of different sections to my report. I'll start with, as of December 1st, so a week ago, we had expended roughly $4.4 million of program dollars. And then I believe you all, and thank you for approving the expenditure earlier, that will get us, it'll get us balanced and a little bit moving forward. Last week, thanks to the city manager and city staff, we were able to pivot to the fairgrounds. And really just recognizing in this last month, we have a significant push. We really needed to speed up our processing, the number of people we could see, how quickly we could work through providing assistance. And as I mentioned, the city manager helped us secure some space at the fairgrounds so that we are able to, with social distancing, we've got a great setup of safety and security, but we're also able to assist and see about 350 to 375 people a week. That process is a little bit more of an assembly line, if you will, and I hate that term. It sounds very impersonal, but it really is in an effort to speed up support. So individuals that have applied for the support, been determined to be eligible, are sent a day and time to come to the fairgrounds with particular documents. They come to the fairgrounds building, and it's kind of, the first desk is rent, the second desk is utilities, the third desk is additional support. Like I said, we've been able to really ramp up the number of people that we're able to support. And I'll just tell you for last week, so our accounting is about a week behind just because of the way our check processing runs. But last week, I estimate that we were able to provide about $910,000 in rent support alone. And so as we work with the utility companies and find out what those numbers are, we're at a spend rate now of $1 million to $1.3 million a week. That's what we're projecting for the, and I'll know more this week, so I apologize for the timing of this report. I'll know a little bit more this week, having a second week of this model under our belts, and really be able to anticipate what we're looking at for the rest of the year. We're working really hard to get those dollars out exactly the way that you all had determined you wanted them spent. So we're working hard to spend that. And then the last piece of my report is the very important component of retraining. So this entire model was really designed around shoring up and creating stability for those of our neighbors that were impacted by COVID and as a result were housing insecure, food insecure, electric, utilities insecure. So shoring that up, then pivoting to the remodeling or the retraining component. To date, we have about 12 to 15. We're finalizing a couple of agreements this week with some partners. And we've, again, as of last week, we had expended $1.44 million in retraining dollars alone. This week, we've set a deadline with all of our partners of this Friday, because we know the city, you need to know what we're going to be able to utilize of those funds set aside. So by the end of this week, we'll have a fuller landscape of the number of partners that we have for retraining, as well as the number of people that will take advantage of that. But I cannot say enough, give enough kudos and sincere respect to so many of these existing training partners, OSU, OKC, Metro Tech, a number of the Oklahoma Television and Film, playing off of your earlier Surf Media agreement, trainers that have so quickly developed programming that is substantive, that is high quality, but that will be completed by the deadline of 12/30. We have some amazing training and education groups in our community, and many of them have stepped up to help our people in need. So I'll stop there, and I tried to kind of keep this high level because I know you've been here for a while, but I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else I can add.
Any questions for Teresa, comments?
First, just thank you for your work and coordinating these efforts. I think my ask is still pretty similar to the other one. Just infographic me, just get me as much as we can, because I'd love to be able to show people, as you just pointed out, here's the numbers in terms of expenditures, and then here are the lives, right, that those expenditures were able to affect, right? So I think that would be just super helpful. And specifically, as you broke it down for us as it relates to retraining, the rent support, utility support, I think in an era of miscommunication, in an era of misinformation and as I mentioned 2 weeks ago, disinformation, and quite frankly, distrust of all levels of government, though I would always applaud the local level over what the state and the federal have done, our local level specifically. I think it's very important we communicate to our people where we've made investments in people's lives during this historic pandemic, especially as we're listening to the testimonies of Councilwoman Nice and Councilman Stonecipher. I just think that's so important.
And I would absolutely agree with you. I'll just be completely honest with you. We did a really pretty little graphic chart with numbers up until about 2 weeks ago. The staff at the CCP is working 6 days a week just to help people. So we'll get you the graphics, we'll get you the numbers, but I felt like you all would want us to focus that time on helping people. But absolutely, we will have a full report. And actually, we'll be able to probably have that by your next council meeting, even before the end of the month, just as we begin our wrap-up activities. So I do apologize for not having that for you today.
Just when you can, and there's no reason to apologize, your priorities were exactly where they need to be, as you already knew. So just as you can, get that to us so we can communicate that out.
You got it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll be very excited to share that with you. And the last thing I would add is crossing our fingers and hoping that Congress has some kumbaya moment and either extends the deadline of expending these funds or provides additional revenue. We will be continuing. We're ready to continue this effort if this is what council wants us to do. We're keeping everybody online, and we're ready to step in if that is what you so wish. So, okay.
Thank you, Teresa. Really appreciate your leadership in this and been a great partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Thank you, Teresa.
Next up, we have an update on the Oklahoma City Small Business Continuity Program. And Kathy O'Connor is here from the Alliance for Economic Development to give us an update on the program.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me here today to give you an update on the Small Business Continuity Program. We do have a brief PowerPoint that we want to share with you this morning that has some information about the funding and the number of applications we funded and the different types of programs that are available. Before I get started, I want to take a minute to thank some people who've been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make these programs successful. We have had a great partnership with American Fidelity and First Fidelity Bank. American Fidelity built the website and built all of the kind of behind the scenes infrastructure that was needed in order to intake all these applications and process them. And First Fidelity Bank provided all of the staffing and review. They basically pulled loan officers out of their regular duties and worked on our programs and are now working on the county program as well. So I really want to thank Steve Hart and Greg and Ian and the whole team at First Fidelity and American Fidelity. And I also want to thank the staff that's been working on this. Joanna and Lacey, Lena and Olin on my team have been, Jerry and lots of other people have been working to process all these applications, deal with the applicants, get the money spent within all the deadlines and in the ways that you all intended. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. We had 4 distinct rounds of applications for the small business program. The first one began in April of 2020, and if you recall, it was funded with general obligation limited tax bond funds that were set aside for economic development. The second round opened in June, and it was funded through the CARES Act dollars. Shortly after we closed the second round of applications, we began the venue program. And then finally, we opened the minority-owned small business program in October. Here we have some of the media, the infographics that we developed to describe the different programs and to get the word out about all of the different opportunities that businesses had to participate in these programs. Slide 4 is a slide that shows the total funding that's been allocated to this program so far. So as you can see, the total funding is $37,750,000. The largest share of that has gone towards reimbursements or the grants to businesses at $26.5 million. Technical assistance and retrofit was about $4.2 million. The incentive or loan payments that were part of the first round of programs were $4.9 million. We did have a little bit of technical assistance funded in that first program of about $100,000. And finally, the venue program was funded at $2 million. This is a breakdown of how those dollars spread out over what was budgeted, what we've expended to date, what we still have pending, and what our balance is as of today. I think the most important thing about this slide is to talk a little bit about the pending numbers. We are still processing minority-owned business reimbursement applications, and we have quite a few technical assistance and business retrofit applications that are in the works. We have been communicating with all of the businesses directly. On the technical assistance and retrofits, they have to provide us with receipts and documentation, and that's really what we're waiting on those programs. So the balance right now is about $5 million. We are expecting to be able to reimburse the GOLT bond fund of about $2.5 million, so that will reduce the balance to around $3 million. This is just a summary of the different applications that we received. So that we funded. We funded just over 1,000 applications. About 786 of those were for grants or reimbursements or loans. The venue program, we funded 11. The technical assistance, we're working with 264 applications. So overall, we received about 1,600 applications. So we did review all those and make sure we culled out the ones that weren't in Oklahoma City or weren't qualified for some other reason. And then this is a slide of all the different types of businesses that applied for our program. Restaurant and bars are the most significant portion of those that are distinct. You can see the entertainment and events, professional services includes things like accounting and law firms. And then other is a wide range of businesses. It could be child care centers. I mean, you just pretty much, you name it. It's in there. Dry cleaners, construction-related businesses, auto repair, other kinds of things were in there. So what our next steps are is, like I said, we are working to finalize the minority-owned business program. I think you all remember that we are working with Community Action Agency, and they are working directly with about 160 businesses to get all of the documentation that they need in order to qualify. I think we worked up through about 60 of those in the last week, so we are making progress. We are working with the city's auditors to make sure that we meet all the third-party audit requirements, and then we hope to have a final report to you in January. And like Teresa, We would hope they could extend the deadline before we have to send the money back to you all or to finalize these programs and tell the applicants that the program has closed, but we'll continue to work with the city and get the money back or close out the programs at the appropriate date. So, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions?
Yes. This is what I was after. This is very, very helpful. Thank you. And again, of course, thank you for your work. Just point of clarifications for me. When I look at the timeline, so I saw we had the $5 million that council approved from GOLT Fund. I see that April 2020. Can you help me remember and understand the round 2 applications? I thought those also came from GOLT funds, but it sounds like that might have been CARES.
Round 2 was from the CARES Act.
Just, okay, that's very, very helpful. That's what, there was just these moments where everything just started colliding. So that's super helpful. Okay, yeah. Can we get a copy? Did you already send a copy of this PowerPoint?
Yep, and we can work to make the graphs a little bit prettier and suitable for social media kinds of distribution and things like that if you'd like us to.
Super helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate Kathy's leadership on this. They've done a great job with getting this money out. And like she said, there's so many people that have worked together to help make this program successful and to get money into the hands of some of the businesses that really have a great need. So I really appreciate her leadership on this and the partnership with the city. Next up, we have Chris Browning, our Utilities Director. Just going to give an update on the utility customer service delinquencies. As you recall, several months back, we had suspended disconnection of services due to the issues with COVID and trying to help people out with that, to give them more time. We're going to be looking at changing that and moving back into our normal processes. Chris will describe what we'll do over time, but the idea will be we'll work with people to get them on plans to get them caught up. Chris?
Thank you, Craig. Chris Brown, Utilities Director. As a matter of public health and safety, we stopped disconnecting water service back in March of this year. Prior to that, we had about 250 to 400 delinquent accounts that were disconnected daily. We would work with those customers, and within just a few days, many of them would be reconnected. And the average past due balance prior to March 16th was about $226. So post March 16th to today, we have over 16,000 customers who are past due, with an average balance of about $1,100 as opposed to the $226. Go ahead, next slide. We have been working with the Community Care Service. Our customer service has been in direct contact with them frequently to see if we could help people take advantage of the CARES money to pay their water bills. And to date, unfortunately, we've only been able to attract 700 customers into that program for a total of about $400,000. So we went back through and took a look at the 16,000 accounts and found that about 400 of those accounts, people hadn't been there. They haven't used any water in a number of months. And that total is about $250,000 of a delinquent account. And so if you take the total past due amount of nearly $9 million and you subtract those accounts that are no longer active, and then you subtract the CARES partner money, we have a total of about $8.3 million delinquent to date. We budgeted, when we did our modified budget relative to the pandemic, we budgeted about $9 million in arrears to cover this time period. Now, not all of this is water sewer. Some of this is storm drainage, some of it is EMSA, and some of it is our solid waste management. But the lion's share of this nearly $8.3 million is water sewer accounts. So beginning in January, we want to start notifying our customers that we're going to need them to get current, and then we'll work with them on a payment plan. Now, typically, we do about 3 months for a repayment plan, but in this case, we're planning on about a 12-month period to help people get current with their accounts. So what we'd like to do is ask them to pay your current amount. Whatever your water bill is for this month, pay that, and then we'll work with you on a repayment plan for everything that is past due. So if we work on a 1-year repayment, we believe that we can help folks get current again. And we're going to continue to work with the CARES folks to see how many people that we can attract into that program between now and then. So the process takes about 6 weeks. From the time we notify the customers till the time we actually turn them off is about 6 weeks. So we're going to be sending them notices. We're going to be trying to get in touch with them. We have been trying to reach out to people ever since this program started back in March to see if we could help people minimize the past due amounts. A lot of folks just won't call us back. So we're going to send out notices multiple times, and we're going to continue to try to call them. But unfortunately, after about 6 weeks, we're going to have to start turning water off. So it'll be sometime late February when we begin turning the residential customers off. Now, generally speaking, what we found is that when you turn the water off, they get in touch with you pretty quickly. So hopefully we can get a lot of folks into a program that will enable them to keep their water service connected and try to get their back payments current. So that's the plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Go ahead, Councilwoman next.
I guess I have a couple of questions as we look at this. I know, and thank you for the presentation. And obviously, there has, to the outreach point, I'm not sure where we're missing folks in order to get better outreach, but there has to be something more that we can do in that effort. And what, I mean, I know we're trying to figure that out all together, especially in this time. I guess my question now is this not a coronavirus situation or issue that we cannot use the money for as far as the coronavirus relief funds?
The assistance that can be provided is through we can't do it directly. It can't go for like revenue shortfall, but it can go to individuals to help them pay, and that's what's happening through the individual assistance program. Chris can describe this a little bit better, but basically other utilities have restarted their disconnections, and because they are doing disconnections, people are more proactively using that assistance to pay their electric and their gas bills as opposed to the water bills because we weren't continuing the shutoff program. And so in here, that's why we need to participate with that. But the only way the CARES funds can get there is through going directly to an individual to make that payment for their bill. Did I get that correct?
Yes, sir. We're not allowed to take the money directly and settle accounts. It has to go to the person. And so we've been successful in getting only 700. And obviously they're using that money that they're getting from CARES to pay those bills so if you're going to turn off my gas or my electric, I'm going to pay that. And that's kind of what we've been seeing.
As far as the notice that has been sent out, you sent it out to the 16,000 residents, or are we gradually doing that, or how has that process worked?
We send it out every month, Councilwoman. And we have been trying to reach out directly and contact folks. Problem is, a lot of people have cell phones now, they don't have home phones. And if they don't recognize the number, a lot of people don't answer it. But we do leave word, but they're just not calling us back.
What about text messages? Can we text their phone? And let me put myself out there a little bit. The entirety of my 20s, from when I began undergrad at 18 with Pell Grants and student loans and scholarships, I would say until I started teaching at the middle school level in 2015, so 15 years of my adult existence was either as an undergrad, a grad student, or an adjunct professor who does not get paid in the summers. Bill's mail terrified me through that whole period, so much so that I still have a little bit of anxiety when it comes to checking my mail. I'm no longer in a place where I'm completely worried about being able to pay my bills. I'm able to pay them on time now, but so much of my adult life I wasn't. And it took a long time to rebuild my credit. I have good credit now, but it took a long time to be able to get there. And I have to like kind of rewire my brain to not freak out every time I go check the mail each day. That's not an exaggeration. That is nowhere near an exaggeration. Like, do not misunderstand what I'm saying. So it makes me wonder what, in terms of how we're communicating with them, like when they receive a letter from a utility provider and they already know they're behind, that's going to create anxiety and fear, and they might not even open the letter to know what we're providing. And so I can't help but wonder, and the phone call thing too, trust me, early 20s James, pretty good at avoiding some phone calls sometimes. So I can't help but wonder if we send a text message like, we're here to help, you know, I'm serious, like it really matters the language we use. And maybe it's a text message that would get their attention if it were communicating like, here are possible ways to mitigate future harm to your services and to your own credit score.
Councilman, we have a whole group within our customer service who specialize in social media and that sort of thing. I'll verify, but there's a likelihood that we're already texting, but I'll verify to make sure that we are.
That might be helpful for us on social media too, as the city of OKC, to put out some sort of information that is, you know, explaining what program, like what it looks like to have bill payment arrangements, and that we're here to help. Because I'm telling you, psychologically, and again, as somebody not who lived it, but that's part of what I studied in studying media violence. It's how our brains work. I have a feeling that some of those folk aren't responding out of fear, and that's not the right thing to do. It's not irrational, but that is what's probably happening. So yeah, I'd love to see us as a city be able to do that, and then hear more, an update on that. And then I'll just also say, while I understand the situation, I have major reservations about shutting off people's water starting in February, when we know that most people aren't going to have access to a vaccine until April, May, summer. Life's not going to get to a post-pandemic experience until at the earliest fall of 2021 is my understanding. If I'm wrong, someone feel free to jump in and give me some better context, but that's my understanding. And if washing your hands, wearing a mask, and physical distancing are like the three best tools we got to slow the spread of this virus, and shutting off someone's water, regardless of their anxiety and their delinquency, like we would be contributing to the spread of the pandemic, as uncomfortable as that sounds. So I would challenge us to kind of think through possibilities here. And I also am just, this just makes me so mad about the congressional pretzel that we're in right now, so.
It's definitely a challenge for all of us. We have to run the utility, and we got to make it financially sound, and right now we're well behind. We think we can do this in an appropriate way, working with our customers to get there, but we've got to have that program to help us manage this, because we can't afford, as a utility, it can't afford to continue that through the end of the year of not having shutoffs. The reality is, like all the communication we need to do, we need to continue that. But the truth is that until people know that they have that up against them, a lot of people just don't pay. And so I think trying to work through that compassionate communication, having the plan in place to help people get on a payment plan, to keep that from happening, but we've got to have that program moving forward. So it's something the utility will be looking at. We wanted to make sure we brief the council. We'll be working very hard even in ways that we haven't in the past, to make sure that people have more time, as Chris described, to be able to get back current on their bills. But that's something that we really feel like we need to be able to do going forward as a utility, to operate the utility.
So yeah, you're phrasing the compassionate communication. I'd like to, if we could, I'd like to see what, if we are sending text messages, I'd like to see what that communication looks like. And maybe, I'm not saying that what we've sent, if we've sent anything, is not the opposite of compassion. I'm just saying, like, the language, what would another round of text look like that are, several rounds of text messages look like that say some version of "we are here to help." Like, I can't communicate enough how important that is.
Councilman, our goal is to not turn people's water off. We really don't want to do that. But what we do know is once we turn it off, within a very short period of time, we can work something out so we can turn it back on. With the exception of those accounts who, the people are probably not there anymore. They haven't had water usage in months, and they're probably gone. So our goal is to not turn the people's water off. Our goal is to work with them so that we don't have to turn it off. But also our policy, our internal policy is we turn it back on same day. As soon as we get payment, we send somebody out there to turn it back on. So if we have to turn somebody's water on, we are committed to helping them. If we have to turn somebody's water off, we are committed to helping them get it back on as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Chris? John?
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
The next presentation that we have is on our 5-year capital improvement plan. We'd introduced a plan a couple of weeks ago and had a couple of presentations from airports and parks. Today we have our Public Works Director, Eric Winger, to make a presentation on the Public Works portion of the capital improvement plan, and then Chris will follow that with the utilities portion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Please present the Public Works Capital Improvement Plan. This is for fiscal year 21 through 25. We've had a lot of work by a lot of different staff on the presentation. Billy Little's with us today, the Public Works Business Manager, but we've also had other key staff, including Debbie Miller, Justin Henry, and a lot of our section and division heads that really put forth all the information that you're going to see with the numbers, the total number of projects, and all the information. We also work very closely with the parks, planning, police and fire departments. So a lot of the projects that you will see as a part of our presentation sometimes are cooperative projects. You'll see the capital plan by year totals $501 million. You can see the breakdown by year. And so as you look at the different years and you see that there is a decline between 2022 and 2023, this simply is just the completion of the Better Street, Safer City sales tax funds going offline, and us actually just picking up the bond issue as we had before the sales tax came alive. But we are completing those projects. We have 8 different project categories. We have street widenings, the resurfacings, the intersection and traffic control, street enhancements, drainage, bridge, sidewalks, and also facilities. We look at the work by project type. There's obviously a large component. The vast majority of the work that is done in our CIP is 80% is done in the streets area. This would be those resurfacings and those widenings, more than $420 million over the next 5 years. And we have broken down the next 4 largest categories. I mean, you'll see those here, with drainage being the second largest, and then moving to the others: library, traffic, and bridge. We look by funding source. This is also what we showed on that second slide. You're going to see the majority is under the 2017 bond program, $286 million. You'll see the sales tax program over the next 5 years, $147 million. That $147 million will continue to decline with the changeover almost solely back to the bond going forward. We do have stormwater utility, and we're still finishing up the 07 bonds. You'll see that there's $60 million remaining in 07. Some of those are in unlisted project categories. There's a few listed projects remaining as well. So I'm going to go through each of those project categories briefly. On the street widening projects, when you look at this plan, this is going to be found on pages 98 and 99 in your capital improvement plan book, if you have that still. These are the locations of those projects. And when we look at these, there's 15 that are identified on this map. You'll see they're spread throughout Oklahoma City. And these are just some of those examples of completed projects. This is Anderson Road near I-40 that was widened to 4 lanes. It's a $3.8 million project that was completed last year. This is the Choctaw Road expansion. It is one that's estimated at $6.1 million. Again, it was an improvement and partial widening project. As we look at our resurfacing projects, which is the vast majority of the work that is underway with Better Streets, Safer City, it's obviously that project that aligns with our citizen survey. You'll find these on pages 93 moving forward. You see all the locations of these resurfacing projects over the next 5 years again. All those are citywide. Total number on this is 164 different locations. And these are some of those examples. A lot of these are not just arterial streets. We're doing a lot of work also in the residentials. This is Ann Arbor, 23rd to 36th. Here's some of those that are work in progress, and these are some more, again, in the hearts of neighborhoods. This happens to be a project that was underway at Hefner to 122nd, Council to County Line. And then we also have those that are in some of our more rural areas. This is Air Depot from 164th to 179th. But again, our goal is to increase those pavement conditions. And again, we did see a significant increase on our citizen survey and satisfaction this year, so we're proud to see that, but we hope to see continued improvement in our citizen surveys moving forward. As we look at intersection and traffic control projects, again, there is a map of locations that you'll find on these. When we look at the total number, there's 11 projects, again, spread citywide. Some of the examples of those types of projects, this would be the mid-block crossing that was completed on Northwest 23rd in front of the Cleveland Elementary School. It was also a partnership project that we had done with ODOT. We look at this next intersection project. This is Mustang Road at Southwest 44th. And a lot of the intersection control projects, it does not necessarily mean that's adding new signals, but we are enhancing pedestrian capabilities and crossings, adding the countdown clocks, adding the ADA improvements. So intersection improvements can include a number of different types of enhancements. One of our newest project categories is the street enhancement projects, also known in many cases as streetscapes. You'll find these on pages 97 and 98 in your book. We have a number of those locations. There's 27 total. You'll see most of the streetscapes are located more in the center portion of Oklahoma City, typically with the business districts. And some of the examples, this is one that we're currently working. This is the Paseo Street Enhancement Project. And again, these not only just do intersection improvements, they also not just include roadway resurfacing, but they usually include things like landscaping, lighting, enhanced pedestrian access. Another project that was also recently approved is the street enhancement project on Portland Avenue from 23rd to 36th. Again, as we look at these corridors, we're looking at enhancing mid-block crossings. We're looking again at lighting and landscaping, all which is shown as a part of this drawing. Drainage projects are also included in the CIP. This is on page 83. There's 13 projects totaling nearly $39 million. You'll find those here highlighted with these blue boxes, again, at locations throughout Oklahoma City. In some of those examples, this is at 122nd, just east of MacArthur. We had some significant erosion issues under the bridge. These are gabion baskets. They're metal mesh baskets that are filled with small stones that create them into building blocks. But again, as we work on those types of projects, this is what one of those completed projects looks like with gabion basket. We also do slope wall enhancements. This is a reconstruction and new construction project for Brock Creek. Again, as we try to mitigate stormwater throughout Oklahoma City, there's just different methods and different tools of making sure that we enhance stormwater control. Moving on to bridge projects, we also have a number. There's 9 total bridge projects that are in our CIP. They're identified in the red dots located on the drawing. Again, we're going to look at some completed projects as examples of what some of these will look like. Most of these are replacements. This is Wilshire Road between Frisco and Cemetery. We're actually moving out a lot of our aging bridge infrastructure and installing modern facilities. This is just a double box that then goes underneath the road with a new bridge and bridge railing on the top. So this is what it looks like below. This is what it looks like from above. So a lot of times you just don't see that type of infrastructure when you're crossing some of these bridge crossings in Oklahoma City. There's quite a bit of work that happens underneath that roadway. This is another example on Memorial Road. Again, you'll just see concrete infrastructure. Again, this helps prevent the road from flooding. We re-engineer these bridges when they're replaced. We also look at traffic control and traffic safety. Moving on to sidewalk projects, this is on page 91. There's 63 projects totaling nearly $25 million. We're aligned with Bike Walk OKC as these projects come forward. The majority of these, again, are in the Better Street, Safer City and the bond program. And I think we're most familiar with what these look like as we go through arterials, as we go through neighborhoods. We're adding hundreds of miles of sidewalk infrastructure throughout Oklahoma City. This is the Windsor District sidewalks, Windsor neighborhood. This is Northwest 159th near the Angie DeBow School. These were some of those that were recently approved and completed by Better Street, Safer City. And our last project categories are facility projects. As I mentioned, we do a lot of cooperative projects with other city departments. Public Works is the project manager for projects that you see at the fairgrounds, at the zoo, building police and fire facilities, other municipal projects. This is the location of all of those projects, so this map is inclusive of other departmental CIPs, but just to show you the number of facility projects that we have citywide. And then just some of those examples. We have Belle Isle Library that's currently under construction. This is that exterior rendering of Belle Isle. This is the Early Wine Golf Clubhouse that is getting ready to go into construction. We have plans underway and nearly complete. And then previously presented by Doug Cupper and the Parks Department, the Willa D. Johnson Recreational Center, which was recently bid, the groundbreaking completed, and is now under construction. So a number of those facility type projects moving forward. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have about the Public Works CIP.
Hey, thank you. Walking through that with you makes me very excited about the work you all are doing. So to all your staff, just thank you. That was the first time I had seen that Paseo image. I didn't know we were at a place where the contractors were starting to create some possible renderings. Are we? And if so, may I see them?
Sure. No, the Paseo District Streetscape Project is ongoing this year. And we've had some stakeholder meetings. It's a planning different facilities and opportunities, things that include the types of enhancements. We're looking at rain gardens. We're looking at a lot of those different enhancements. The decisions have not been made, so that's just one of the early renderings to show what a typical streetscape would look like. Definitely not committing today that those are some of the projects that will be in Paseo, but some of the ideas.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Actually, next up is Crystal Kolick with the Utilities Department. She'll be doing our presentation on the capital improvement plan for the Utilities Department.
Good afternoon. Give Michelle a chance to pull this up. Just while she's pulling this up, this will start on page 105 of your capital improvement plan, if you would like that reference. It's not up. Okay, there it goes. Okay, the Utilities Department has developed core business initiatives that align with council priorities. This capital program, though aligned with these initiatives, has specific focus on water supply, reliability, resiliency, and regulatory compliance. Next slide. Thank you. The Utilities Department provides water, wastewater, and solid waste management service. Here is a depiction of the overall capital improvement plan with a total of $1.7 billion. Water is the largest component of this program at approximately $1.2 billion. And the majority of this is due to supply improvements, more specifically the second Atoka pipeline project, which is approximately $800 million. Wastewater is $531 million, and solid waste is about $21 million. Now we'll look at each section, starting with water. The water capital plan is split into 3 sections: water supply, reliability, resiliency, and general improvements. The chart to the left shows the depiction of dollars per fiscal year, and the pie chart shows how much we're spending in each area. The water supply is the largest amount at $829 million, which again is a big part of the Atoka pipeline. Resiliency and reliability is $313 million, and general improvements is $11 million. Before we talk about proposed improvements, I want to provide a quick background on how Oklahoma City gets water. Here's a map showing a portion of the state from northwest Oklahoma to southeast, with Oklahoma City in the middle. From the northwest, Oklahoma City is served by the North Canadian River system. Water comes from Canton Reservoir down the river to our two reservoirs over Holser and Hefner. From the southeast, water is pumped to Draper from two reservoirs, Atoka and McGee. This includes a 100-mile pipeline and a 13-mile McGee Creek pipeline, and then in the future, we are working towards an additional supply from the Kiamichi River system. Next. This capital plan includes the construction of the second Atoka pipeline, which will be approximately 100 miles of 72-inch water line from Atoka to Draper. And this pipe is needed to allow us to pump all of our existing water rights from McGee Creek, Atoka, and Sardis. And this water allocation will allow us to meet future demands for 2060. And it's scheduled to be completed in 2025. The Hefner-Draper Interconnect project will improve our system resiliency by enabling service for the entire city from either treatment plant in the event of an outage at one of the two. And at the Draper treatment plant, the majority of the major projects we will be doing is our finished water storage. This finished water, which we call clear wells, are past their useful life, and we are going to be constructing 10 million gallons of additional storage at this plant. And at the Hefner treatment plant, there are a variety of upgrades to various improvements and processes that are also beyond their use, getting to the end of their useful life that we will be replacing. And currently, there is about 1,200 miles of water mains within our system that are over 50 years old. So we are systematically replacing about 8 miles per year. However, when the second Atoka pipeline is done, we are going to increase that amount and start replacing a lot more to catch up. Okay. Now on to our wastewater system. The wastewater capital program is $531 million, and the majority of this work is for reliability and resiliency, which is just at over $349 million. Regulatory work is $133 million, and the general work is about $49 million. Next. A major component of our CIP is our asset management program. The program is designed to evaluate the remaining useful life of all of our assets within the system and manage the desired level of service that we're trying to get. Condition assessment is where we're going to go out and we're going to inspect every asset that we have in the system. And we are doing this over an 8-year period. And this will provide us with actual information about our system so we can ensure that we are prioritizing our capital program to make sure we're taking care of the worst situations first. The wastewater treatment plants contain structures and systems that are part of their original construction 40 years ago. So as such, we're going to improve the reliability and allow proper operation and maintenance. And for main replacements, like in the water, we're actually replacing about 16 miles a year of aged and deteriorated infrastructure. Next slide. For regulatory compliance, South Canadian Treatment Plant is the main component. This plant is planned within this CIP, and it is near its design capacity. Also, we have received a new permit which has increased the levels of treatment that are required at this plant. So the estimated cost for this project is $110 million, and this project is currently under design and will actually bid in fiscal year 2021. The estimated project cost is $110 million. And this project is currently this project will be completed in 2024. So, solid waste. This program is just over $21 million for the next 5 years, and it includes customer carts, trucks, and solid waste collection. And if you see, usually all 5 of these years are pretty level across, but because of the pandemic, we've deferred some of the capital costs, which is why 2022 looks so much greater than the other years. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
One question real quick, if I may. The clear wells out at Draper, when do we expect that to be done?
A couple are currently in design now and should be done within this next year. And then we are going to be replacing some of the existing ones that can no longer really be, they're leaking really bad and we need to have those replaced. So that's the additional 10 million gallons of storage that we will be getting.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate that. So that's all the presentations that we have. The capital improvement plan will come back to the council for approval on the 22nd. So we'll have it on the agenda on the 22nd. The last report that we have, in addition to the claims and payroll, is the council priority on quality services. It's not we don't have a presentation on that. It's just information in your packet. If you have any questions along the lines of any of the information that we've included, feel free to ask. We'll be glad to have staff respond to those questions. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, we're on item 13, citizens to be heard. We have 2 signed up to speak. John Pettis. Pettis, if you think you know the drill, but if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keeping your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. John Pettis, 1332 Northeast 54th Street, Oklahoma City, 73111. I would like to make a couple of comments and the suggestions regarding the resident support program. The Community Cares program has prevented hundreds, if not thousands, of families from losing their home through the eviction process. These families were placed in a priority status for assistance, and rightfully so, to keep them from being homeless. By doing so, families who needed assistance with their mortgages they got moved farther and farther down the list for processing. Not intentionally, it's just that these families who were facing eviction were processed first. I would like to ask that the City Council amend their contract with Community Cares Partners to provide them additional funding, perhaps up to $250,000, to be dedicated to processing these families who are in need of mortgage assistance. These funds will be used to pay overtime of staff and maybe hire additional staff temporarily. The funds are already in the resident support program's budget, so no additional money is going to be needed. It just needs to be reallocated to staff, to pay for the staff. Barring any extension of the CARES Act, unless these funds are expended, these funds will have to be returned back to the government. That should not happen when these families who are in need of assistance with their mortgages can receive assistance. 30 minutes left.
30 seconds.
I know. Where's my question? He need to take up the rest of my time. Okay, so I think that, they've done an excellent job in providing assistance, but this program, I'm sure, overwhelmed their whole system, and they just need more people to process these mortgage applications, these assistance for mortgages.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pettis. Michael Washington? Don't see him here. All right, we're going to move on then to our executive sessions previously approved.
Is there a way for us to look into his request to ensure that that can take place?
So we have extended their contract, and what Teresa was talking about, what they've done down at the fairgrounds is one to really expedite these requests and go through this. I know we also amended their contract to increase the funding for staffing to add more staff to be able to manage those. So I really believe that we've already done that. In terms of the funding specifically to the mortgage payments, I'll have to look into that just to see what the issue is with that.
I'd like to know more about that or how we can make sure that happens in the time frame that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, same, please. Thank you.
Okay. So we've got 2 executive sessions. We'll go handle those. We will return, at which time we may potentially have action on item 9L1. All right, we have returned from executive session, and we still have one item of potential business, and that is item 9L1. This is to authorize the municipal counselor or his designee to file an appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States in the case of McCraw et al. V. City of OKC. What does the council wish to do with this potential authorization?
Your Honor, I'd like to move to authorize the municipal counselor or his or her designee to file an appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States in the case of McCraw versus the City of Oklahoma City.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes when you are able. Okay, maybe you're set on presentation, but anyways, you wish to be recorded as voting yes, Councilman Stonecipher, is that what you said? Okay. All right, motion passes 5-4. That concludes our business today, and we are now on item 14, which is adjournment, and we are adjourned.